Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Hey. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon, evening, nighttime. Sure, I'm in a mood. I'm always in a mood. I'm always in a mood. So far in the SandBox, we have Soul Life, Edgebox, Pup Tetris, Frizzle. Is that for Frizzle 4? Frizzle 4, not 14. Philip Blair, Rich P1K, and Hermeteorologist. Oh, there's Looney Tunes 9000. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't miss anyone. Nope, it looks like I got everyone. Yeah. Philip Blair saying I was watching a right-wing live stream, kind of fascist, to be honest. This looks to be better. Well, if you're not into right-wing stuff and left-wing stuff is more your take, then yes, welcome. But yeah, I'm in a bit of a mood. It's been a rough week for anyone who's been involved in politics and paying attention to what's happening in the world and everything, and it can be draining. It can be really draining. So it's important to have side projects, things that help you unwind and detox. And I have a side project, which many of you know of, called drawing. And I've been working on a drawing, and it's done. And I got it done by the person's birthday. You see, when I started the drawing, I didn't actually know when his birthday was. It was just happenstance. And I just happened to get it done by then because I don't like deadlines to art. For me, art gets done whenever it gets done, but it got done. It got done by his birthday. And so I tweeted it out and posted on Blue Sky and, Instagram, and it's on my YouTube channel for the progress video and everything. And I seriously doubt he's seen it. But for those of you who haven't seen the drawing, this is my first attempt at a hyper-realistic face. So most of the portraits I do are photorealism. This is hyper-realism, similar to this one right here, which means it's done big and kind of close up so you can get all the little fine details. But here you go. I have a fun slideshow to show people because I love talking about my art, where you can see the progress videos and everything, but I can also just show the progress video. There we go. But yeah, Owen Jones. I apparently I could DM him on Twitter, which didn't make sense to me because as far as I know, you have to have a blue check in order to DM people that aren't following you back type thing. So it probably ended up in his spam or as a message request if he received it at all. And I don't know how that works. But like he has over 1 million followers on Twitter. Like it's and my tweets and posts about it didn't even get 10 likes. So it's hard for me to get the message out there to him that I've done this drawing of him. And so I'm really hoping that, you know, some people maybe in the SandBox who might have a connection to someone who has a connection to him could help me out with this one because I'd like for him to see it. It's a really good drawing. And I'm tempted to start off with it, you know, going through the slides and talking about it and whatnot, because, you know, I love discussing my art and whatnot. But at the same time, I think it's good for something to unwind with at the end of the live stream because, you know, there's heavier topics as per usual these days in the news. Also, in the near future, I'll be having on my show Mark Joycey. He's been on my show a bunch of times already, and he lives in Nova Scotia. And we're going to be talking about the hiking ban going on there right now because of the risk of forest fires and the people in Alberta that are freaking out that their right to hike in Nova Scotia has been taken away. And for those of you who don't know the geography of Canada very well, you have Alberta, you have Nova Scotia, you have a whole bunch of provinces in between. You'd be driving, like that's a good week's worth of driving to go hiking in Nova Scotia. Or very like a plane ticket. But you know, those people in Alberta, they're really upset that they can't go hiking in Nova Scotia. Oh, they just want to be mad. They just want to be mad at being told what to do because there's fines and stuff like that because it's a tinderbox. If you drop something metal onto the ground by accident and leave it there, or glass, the reflection on it can start a fire. Like it's really bad over there right now. So we're going to be talking about that in hopefully the next few days. I don't know exactly when we will schedule it, but we will. So I have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about, basically climate change with him. Philip Blair, how long does it take to hike from Alberta to Nova Scotia? Oh, that's a long go. That's a long go. You can Google it. You know, you can do the maps and you can do the hike. And you can see how long. I'm imagining you'd be at it for a while, for a long while. But yeah, I think I'm going to be saving the fun drawing stuff until the end to help us all unwind from this very brutal week of news. You know, really doing these on Sundays feels like like we need a detox from the week, from all the horrible stuff we see on our regular leftist programs. But then here's me on Sunday saying, "Oh, we're not done yet. No, here's more horrible stuff to show you on your weekend." Oh, yeah. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I like this time slot. It seems to be working out for me a fair bit. Not too many other streamers are usually streaming right around now, so that helps me. And sometimes people just want the company because we're so used to being social online now and going a whole weekend sometimes without being that social. It can get lonely. And yeah, but I checked and No Justice isn't streaming right now because often she raids my channel. I was hoping to get her help in trying to contact Owen Jones and let him know about the drawing. And somebody got so offended by my tweet about it. Oh my gosh. Like, talk about projection. It was like, okay, buddy, okay. Calm down, calm down. Like, it's hard for me to get mad at that type of reaction because to me it's just so absurd, but yeah, it is what it is. Let's see. Have I been missing? Oh, hello, Bobby. Well, I'll make sure I haven't missed anyone in the sandbox. But yeah, we're going to be, I have a fair bit to go over today with, Canada relations and stuff with, Gaza and Palestine and whatnot. Again, I try not to show the most horrific things here. For one thing, I don't think I can for TOS. And another thing, even if I could, I wouldn't want to. You can go on social medias and just see the worst horrid things. It's on Instagram. It's definitely on Twitter. Like, it's just, there's only so much I can handle. And if the tweet starts off by, don't look away, I'm looking away. Because you don't need to bring me over on that one. I'm already there. I am already in agreement that these horrors needed to have never happened in the first place. And I'm trying to do my best to, make a difference about it by informing people. But there has been a few things that have happened over the week in regards to the situation and Canada's messages. Sorry, I'm just looking at one statement right now that's in front of my face that we're going to be starting off with, and it really just makes me want to punch the computer screen. It really does. Like the absolute bias takes on the situation there is so gross. So gross. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. I like to work into it. I don't like to just like bang start off with the news, but you guys might like that. I don't know. Put a 1 in the sandbox if you've liked these little chit chats before, and put a 2 if you'd rather I get to the news earlier in these little chit chats. ADHD, so sometimes it's I can lose track of time and I can be rambling on for like a half hour or something before, or 40 minutes, sometimes even an hour before I actually get to my news dockets. So that's one thing that I do have to worry, like try to be conscious about, is that I don't want to ramble too long. But yeah, it's yeah. I'm seeing ones so far that you're enjoying this part of the little preambles to these. There's a delay, so it takes a while, and then I just ramble during the delay. And sometimes I've done this. Again, ADHD is the worst for this, where I've like, okay, put a 1 or a 2 for this and that and the other thing in the sandbox. But since there's a delay, I then start talking about something to fill the time before it would actually start showing up in the sandbox. And then I just totally forget to look at the sandbox because I totally forgot that I asked people to do that. Oh. Yeah, there's a mix. There's a mix. Well, a mix to both are fine and ones. Okay. Ah, I'm super fidgety today. Oh, here. Because I like showing it off. This is an 11 by 14 canvas and it is all pencil. Get really close. Will it focus? Will it focus? Are you going to focus? I don't know if it will focus. Oh, there. It's focused. I do want people to put in the sandbox how long you think this took. Because I do try to keep track of these things, and I was keeping track of like the hours and minutes and stuff that I was working on it. And then I have added it all up. And I'm just curious, how long you guys think it took for me to draw that? And the winner will receive karma cookies. If I could give away memberships, I would totally do it that way, just random questions every now and then and be like, well, then here's a membership. But you can't do that on YouTube. I would love to just be able to give people memberships. Let's narrow it down to hours. How many hours do you guys think? uh, Grand Theft Auto Pop, 45 days, same as the hike from Alberta to Nova Scotia. Looney Tunes 9,000, 500 days. I didn't know who Owen Jones was 500 days ago. He's only really kind of popped up on my radar, I think, mid to end last year, but then only really re-popped up on my radar about 6 months ago, because I saw like a couple things from him. But then he was back on the Majority Report, and that reminded me of him, and his videos would be popping up all the time anyway as recommends, and so I thought I'd just dive right in and start watching a lot more of his content, and it's really good, and he's been so right on the issues. Because I've been watching videos, like when I do this, I did this with the Majority Report too, where I would go back and watch videos from, different time periods to see how they were covering things way back when. And with the Majority Report, you can go way back. With Owen, not so much. His channel isn't terribly old. But then he was also on The Guardian, so you can find some videos on The Guardian that were like 9-10 years old. And just to see, like, where was he standing on these issues back then? How much change has there been? Because I'm not all about like, oh, you can't change. I like people to change if it's in a, positive, progressive way. That's a good thing. It shows growth. But also I'm curious, like, were they always right on the issue? Like Sam, going back over his videos when it came to like gay marriage and things of that sort, he was always on the right side of the issue. And looking at Owen stuff, I'm like, no, he was always on the right side of the issue. Like, even he took COVID seriously. He did a whole bunch of videos. He did like a documentary on how Britain dealt with COVID and everything. And when he was doing interviews at the time, they were outdoors and they were keeping their space, or they were wearing masks and everything. Like, he was taking it seriously. And he was talking about trans rights in Britain. In Britain. That's a whew. And he was bringing onto an interview show of his, trans folks and other sorts of folks to talk about it and whatnot. And so, and he was also talking about Palestine well before October 7th. And he was on the right side of the issue there. And, he's been attacked as a gay man, both like verbally and physically. And it's interesting to see, like, he's always been good on these things, because not too many people can claim that. But I think your upbringing probably has a lot to do with it. He grew up in a very liberal household with his parents meeting at a labor meeting. So that was beneficial, because I've done a lot of growth since I was a kid on my views and things. But I also grew up in a very conservative household where I was taught very differently. But the room for growth was always there, because as soon as I was exposed to things, I kind of like, oh, that makes sense. Or even the fact, like, when Star Trek Next Generation would be on, I would watch that, and I picked up a lot of my good morals from that show. And, as my teen years went on, there were some things I would say that now I would be like, I would totally regret saying. And I'm so glad that it's not online somewhere for people to hold over my head for ages. Um, and there are some things that I've done that I would regret doing. Uh, but as I grew and got better understanding of things, and um, then it allows me to empathize before I have to encounter it. You can preemptively empathize with things, and you can start seeing things in different light without it actually having to happen to you after a while, like after you get going and stuff. And so I've only become more and more progressive the older I've gotten. Um, so I find it very interesting when I come across people who are always on the right side of the issues. And it's impressive. It really is. But that's not to talk negatively of the people who have had those transformations, because that's also impressive, because there's lots of people who never do, and there's lots of people who become more conservative and right wing the older they get. So it's a little bit of a mix, a little bit of a mix. Oh, okay, I see a whole bunch of hours and minutes. Let's see. Grand Theft Auto 5, if my calculations are correct, you'd be hiking 45 days from Alberta to Nova Scotia. But hey, there's evidently a ferry in the path. So you have a break there. Yeah. Well, there's I'm going to lose Terry Fox. I'm going to lose my Canadian credentials if I don't remember that name. I have a hard time with name recall and very specific thing recall, as I'm sure most of you are aware, where he was doing his jog across Canada. He was a cancer. He had survived one bout of cancer but lost a leg. And so to bring awareness to cancer, he was like jogging across the country, but he didn't make it because cancer caught up with him. So he didn't make it all the way, but he's kind of an icon. And so you can go across the Trans-Canada Highway, which is pretty much a highway that goes right across Canada. So yeah, it did not take 500 days for me to do the drawing. So I'm seeing some 30-ish, 18 hours, 24 hours, 50 hours. Grand Theft Auto Bot, being very specific, 1,079 hours. Same as, and that was the hike, yeah. Let's see, and then 6 hours. Oh, I wish. Let's see. Okay, well, I'll let you in. It was the longest it has taken me to do a drawing. And like this drawing here took 20 hours. And then I have a very large drawing I did of my late cat Tulip. And it's a much larger drawing even. It was on like a 16 by 20, and that's an 11 by 14. And that one took like 31 hours. I was kind of blown away when I did the math on this drawing, and I had to redo it just to make sure. And when I redid it, I realized I had missed 20 minutes. So it actually took 20 minutes longer than when I first did all the math on it. And yeah, it's a full week's worth of work. 43 hours. And that does not include the time it took for me to make the progress video. Yeah, that was a while. That was a while. So it's like more than 10 hours longer than the longest it has taken me to do a drawing so far. More than twice the length it took me to do this one. And part of it is, I think, with this one, if I don't draw every hair exactly right, it still looks like a cat, you know? And, well, I know my cat. This looks like Thumper. It looks like my cat Thumper. There is no doubt about it. My cat Tulip, it looks like her. But there's more margin of error on cats or dogs, animals in general. There's more margin for error, and it will still look like the specific animal you are drawing. With humans, though, oh my God, it's very, very different, because if you're slightly off just anywhere, it can give it a very uncanny feeling. And I was explaining this in a different live stream where it's like, um, especially with portions and stuff of that sort, if you nail all the portions properly, like where everything is, but the drawing itself isn't that great, it will still look good. But if you're off on the portions and you do a fantastic job drawing, it will look weird and it'll feel off. So you have to be very careful. And there was like some of the minor, smallest changes I was making throughout it, because it took me a long time before I'm like, that's Owen Jones. Because I felt like it was there from the beginning. Like I felt like, okay, this drawing has the potential to turn into Owen Jones. Because sometimes I can be drawing for a few hours and be like, nope, this isn't working. And I knew it had the potential, but I was a good maybe 30 hours into it before I was like really confident that this was going to be Owen Jones. And sometimes it was like literally just the width of this pencil lead, which is a 0.5 millimeter pencil lead, that made the difference in some areas. And plus, since I was working down at the pore level, then you do like a lot of stippling and things of that sort. But we'll talk about it more. I'll show you all this fun slideshow and whatnot, and we can go over it more at the end of this. Let's see. Hello, Carrie Woods. Hello, Marty. Happy Sunday. And everyone, I hope doing great. Well, I hope you're doing great too. And I hope people are managing. Yeah, we're going through another brutal heat wave here. But anyway, why don't we get into it now that I've babbled on for almost a half hour? As per my normal, we'll be starting with some stuff about Palestine and Gaza and whatnot. But again, I try to stay away from the most horrific of stories. But these aren't good. And I try to find like the Canadian connection and whatnot. And I actually have a fair bit on this topic to cover this week. A little compare and contrast as well, like with the UK and Canada, some things that were happening. A little bit of a compare and contrast. And just, the very, what's the word? Very poor dispersion of law enforcement. Because when it comes down to it, the police don't enforce the law, they enforce the state. Because what some people are getting arrested for versus what some people are not kind of boggles the mind. But Carrie Woods, baking cakes in the heat, LOL. Ooh, that does sound yummy though. I once had this idea for here we go off on another tangent. I once had an idea of like making a type of cookie that was like an instant bake cookie, but the way to bake it was you have the batter and you put the batter like the batter comes on a sheet or something, and it would be like for a couple cookies, and you put it on your dashboard while you're at work in the sun. And so then by the time you were done work, you would come to your car and it would smell fresh like cookies, and you would have like freshly baked cookies. I did that once. And unfortunately, it was like back when I had like a regular job. It was a very cool summer, so it was hard to find a day where we could experiment with this. But me and my my friend who was my boss, we tried it, and it was just warmed up cookie batter at that point. But I thought, like, wouldn't that be neat if you actually found a way to make it work and marketable so that you could do this thing where, people can buy it and they can have a couple cookies when they're done work as a little treat type thing. Rich P1K, did you see that this space was mentioned in The Guardian? Oh, I did not see that. Send links. I would love to see that. Okay. But if people think that was like a brilliant idea, then, we can work together and maybe like actually brand and market it, huh? But yeah, I thought it would be a brilliant idea. And there's potential. There's definitely potential. And I've actually for a while now been craving like I don't know why, but I've been craving a good piece of cake. Because so often you can get cake and they're dry or they're too solid. Like just a nice, fluffy, moist cake, just covered in buttercream icing. I've been, so basically a cupcake, I guess. Or something like that. Yeah. Anyway. Uh, so apparently, Pinkerbell dropped a link in the Discord. You could snag that, please. I'm on mobile, says Rich P1K. Yes, if somebody could go on the Discord, I don't know. Well, I guess it'd be the Discord for this space. Would make sense as to where it is, and toss it in the SandBox. That'd be great because I cannot multitask like that while I'm doing this. Anyway, why don't we get into it? So over the past week, there has been, again, as I was saying, just the most horrific images coming out of Gaza of people starving of all ages, children, babies starving. And it's to the point now where you can't just even send them food. It has to be like, there has to be medical interventions, because if you send them just food, they won't be able to digest it and could even make them worse because their bodies have shut down so much. So just the absolute worst, horrific situation to be in. And there are still hostages in Gaza from October 7th. And when you starve a population like that, and you say that you're doing it in the sake of the hostages, well, guess what? The hostages also starve. And Hamas released a video of a couple of the hostages who are skin and bone. They have been starving along with the rest of the population. And, you know, if Israel was really serious about securing the release of the hostages, they would stop genociding them. And stop killing the hostages themselves when they go in to rescue some. Absolutely horrific. And, you know, my heart does go out to the hostages and their families, and it's a horrible, horrible situation to be in. And so, what does Canada focus on? Is it the starving children images that we've seen? Is it the starving babies? The images of that we've seen? The mothers that are so starved they can't produce milk for their babies? And there's nothing they can do but watch them pass away from it? No, that's not the focus of my government. Instead, it is from Foreign Policy Canada, the haunting images of Israeli hostages being held captive by Hamas are stark reminders of the horrors they have to endure for more than 660 days. The immediate release of all hostages from Gaza is imperative. And they even named them. There's me replying. Are you for real? Israel is starving and slaughtering hundreds of thousands of innocent people, including the hostages. If you want them back, Israel needs to stop, agree to a ceasefire, and let aid in. I'm sick you don't. It's sick you don't give a fuck about the haunting images of starving kids and babies. Yeah, no comments about those haunting images. But the ones of the hostages, they have to make sure that they get it out there, and that's a media narrative. It's always about Israel being the victims in this. It's never about, you know, the people in Gaza being victims of Israel. And it is just pure trash. And so Rabbi David's just mentioning what a shame, your sellout Anita Anand, she's the foreign minister of Canada, who wrote this for you, and just these are a couple of Zionist organizations. And that was her statement. The haunting images of Israeli hostages being held captive by Hamas are a stark reminder of the horrors they have endured. Canada will continue to press for unconditional release of every hostage, impeded delivery of humanitarian aid, a sustainable ceasefire, and for Hamas to have no role in future governance of Palestine. Because, yes, we get to dictate what kind of governance another nation has. That's what we get to do here in Canada. Just sheer garbage. And meanwhile, they also send out this. We'll start with Mark Carney's message. Early this morning, the Canadian Armed Forces airdropped life-saving aid into Gaza. The humanitarian disaster in Gaza is rapidly deteriorating. Canada is intensifying our efforts with international partners to develop a credible peace plan and will ensure aid moves forward at the necessary scale. And Anita Nunn says much needed aid delivered to Palestinians in Gaza today. The Canadian Armed Forces CC Hercules flew a successful mission over Gaza and airdropped 21,600 pounds of aid. Given the estimates, I don't think there's 2 million people alive in Gaza. But there's still close to that. My math isn't the greatest. I'm really bad at math. That seems insufficient. Airdrops are insufficient, and we'll get into more of just how horrible airdrops are and just how dehumanizing it is to be like, here's some crumbs, go scramble, and then having to fight over it. And you know, you have, it's often the fathers of families or an older son or something that are the ones that are still physically able to go and get it. And they're having to fight over it. And each one is fighting for their family to have, you know, a day's worth of food, maybe. So she says, I continue to stay in touch with my Jordanian counterparts so that Canadian aid makes its way into Gaza through air and land. Why is it that it has to go through air, but it doesn't seem to be getting in through land? And again, where's her tweet about the haunting images? Like, where's the tweet about why this aid is needed? Where's that message? Like, why is this airdrops needed in Gaza? Where's the message about those haunting images? But here's a longer statement. Canadian Armed Forces airdrop humanitarian assistance in Gaza. And it was a news release. And there's this part here that really, it makes Canada's complicity in this genocide undeniable. So right down here we have, Canada is taking these exceptional measures with our international partners as access to humanitarian aid in Gaza is severely restricted and humanitarian needs have reached an unprecedented level. Despite the scale of need, humanitarian partners face several challenges in delivering life-saving food and medical assistance by land due to ongoing restrictions imposed by the Israeli government. This obstruction of aid is a violation of international humanitarian law and must end immediately. How many fucking times have we heard, not just from the Mark Carney government, but from the Justin Trudeau government, that Israel needs to be abiding by humanitarian laws, international humanitarian laws, and that if they don't, then we'll do something, we will do something. Here they are clearly stating it. They are stating that Israel is responsible for a war crime, and we're doing nothing other than dropping a few buckets of food. We could be doing so much more to be helping the people in Gaza. Like acknowledging that there are haunting images of the people suffering there as well. Centering, you know, the Palestinians in this conflict. But right here, acknowledging that these restrictions are imposed by the Israeli government. They are saying it out loud. And what are we doing here in Canada? We're still sending them weapons. There's been some investigative reporting to find out that Canada has been looking for every loophole possible to still send weapons. So Canada is sending weapons to a government that they know is imposing restrictions to starve the population, and that it is a violation of international humanitarian law. And Canada is sending weapons. The lineup to get into The Hague is going to reach across the continent. This is unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable from this government. That here we are acknowledging it and still sending them weapons. And still centering Israel as the victim. Absolutely disgusting. So here we have Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East just saying a nurse was killed at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital today when he was hit by an airdrop box of aid, according to Al Jazeera. Instead of imposing sanctions to force Israel to lift the siege, Canada is participating in IDF-coordinated publicity stunts that are killing Palestinians. And yeah, because it's extraordinarily densely populated where they have forced surviving Palestinians into this small little area in Gaza. And if you just drop things on them, people are in their tents, they don't necessarily see it coming, it can kill them. And it does kill them. And part of the issue is you're just pushing things off a plane and you hope their little parachutes open. So sometimes those little parachutes don't open properly and people are being hit full force of a big heavy box being dropped from a plane. And so Canada is responsible for this. And here's, I don't know who this person is, Ted Rutland, but he makes a very good point. It's going to be really hard to explain to kids at future Remembrance Day's events that our Air Force flew all the way to a land being genocided, dropped some lentils, and flew home. Yeah. You know, Canada used to have this reputation, or at least this Maple Wash version of Canada being the peacekeepers, you know, especially when the Rwanda genocide was happening. You know, Canada was there as peacekeepers and all this sort of stuff. And yeah, there's no maple washing this. There is no possible way to maple wash what is happening right now. And Canada's not just complicity, but participation in what is happening in Gaza. So Samira here is just saying, Israeli army confirms that 6 countries, including Canada, dropped 120 food packages for 2 million people. This is theater of the absurd and will be taught in classrooms when the story of Israel's genocide gets told. And this is from the IDF Twitter account. Just, yeah, 120 food aid packages for the residents of Gaza. And they're trying to use this as some way of saying, we're not so bad. We're giving assistance. We're helping. We won't let people go in through land, which is far more effective. And you can get the volumes in that you need. But we're doing something. Absolutely disgusting. And here is Doctors Without Borders just saying airdrops in Gaza are ineffective and dangerous. And this is a little report from them. Airdrops deliver less aid than trucks, will inevitably injure people when they land and force starving people to risk their lives for food. Airdrops of food are not the answer, as tons of food and medicine and humanitarian aid sits on the other side of the Gazan borders, blocked by Israeli authorities from entering the Strip. And it's, again, it's not just enough to just drop off food. there needs to be mobile hospitals put up all over the place, because there are some people that need IV diets right now. Like, they need IV fluids they need in order to survive. Like, there needs to be hospitals, like tent hospitals, whatever kind of hospitals, put up all over the place right now, because just dropping food and expecting people to know what to do with it when they're too sick to eat, or what kind of portions and things of that sort, because you can't just, when you're that starved, you can't just start, eating and eating and eating, or else it could be very lethal to do that, because your body can't handle that type of shock. Let's see. Airdrops are ineffective and dangerous and will force people to risk their lives for food, said Doctors Without Borders. As Israeli authorities deliberate use of starvation as a weapon in Gaza has reached unprecedented levels, and people continue to be killed in violence at Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid distribution sites. Israel, and there's a lot of not good stuff about the GHF. Israel must fully lift its inhumane siege on Gaza and abandon the ineffective GHF scheme to distribute aid and allow humanitarian actors to freely provide life-saving assistance to Palestinians across the Strip. The roads are there, the trucks are there, the food and medicine are there. Everything is ready to bring humanitarian aid to Gaza just a few miles away. All that is needed is for Israeli authorities to decide to facilitate its arrival, expedite the clearance procedures, and allow the entry of goods at scale, and coordinate to permit safe collection and delivery. Only then can we begin to resolve the starvation we are seeing. At the moment, 2 million people are trapped in a tiny piece of land. If anything lands in this area, people will inevitably be injured. On the other hand, if the airdrops land in areas where Israel has issued displacement orders, people will be forced to enter militarized zones, once again risking their lives for food. Airdrops are notoriously ineffective and dangerous. They carry far less supply than more than 20 tons you can get on a truck. At the moment, 2 million people are trapped in we read that, yeah. Just horrible. And Francesca Albanese is also talking about this. It's not humanitarian, it's not dignified, it's not protected, it's a killing machine. Talking about this, and I need to plug in my earphones. Just a sec. So that there's no echo when I play the video.
Is absolutely a death trap. I wouldn't know how to call the 600 people who have been killed while trying to reach aid. Also, so first of all, this is the most, the term humanitarian absolutely it cannot be utilized in a serious fashion toward that thing, because humanitarian aid must follow certain principles: the principle of humanity, the principle of dignity, the principle of protection of human life, so creating no harm. This creates harm. It's not a dignified way to distribute food and aid. It's not providing all the aid that is adequate. So what are we talking about? So without even looking at it as a killing machine, it's not providing aid. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation are saying that the killing is not happening near the sites. Well, I've gone through plenty of video evidence. Of course, neither you nor I are there. I wish journalists could be allowed in. The fact that it's not happening while all the journalists that are available in Gaza are being killed one by one, and we have surpassed the 220 now, it's evidence that probably Israel doesn't want further testimonies, further witnesses in this.
That's for sure. And a little bit more from Francesca Albanese. She came across this, and because these people are starving. We've seen the videos, we've seen the footage, and there are people who are still trying to justify it or dismiss it. Like, oh, these children have pre-existing conditions. how does that, even if that were the case, they're still starving. How does that make it acceptable? And their pre-existing condition was being oppressed by Israel. Like, it is just mind-boggling that you get some of the most disgusting people now still seeing these images of children and babies starving and trying to justify Israel's actions, or just saying some of the worst things possible. And she's just pointing out this tweet saying, "This is one of the most disgusting things I have read in the last months of genocide, and I've developed quite a nerve. If Germany were a decent country, this journalist career would be over today, and so would any respect towards his persona." And so this was translated after seeing so many, in Tobias Hutch, after seeing so many children with hereditary disease in Gaza in recent days, for which Israel is not responsible, perhaps we should explain to the people in Gaza that one should not marry their first cousins or relatives in general, even if Muhammad the Prophet is said to have done so. This is, among other things, the reason for the many sick children. In addition, such cousin marriages lead to a lower IQ between 5 and 13 points. Child mortality is up 50% higher, and it results in physical deformities. Wow. I hadn't read that in full yet. Wow. That is horrible. Just absolutely inhuman. Horrible. This person has no soul. Absolutely none. To be saying something like this, and the fact that he's a journalist and he still has a job, refugee aid worker in the Middle East and Africa for 17 years, and he's saying bullshit like this? Meanwhile, and we'll get into it in the next docket, people that are holding up signs in Britain saying, stop killing Palestinians, are being arrested. But this asshole can get away with saying this and face zero consequences. I feel like I am absolutely losing my mind that the world has turned this way, that it's possible for the world to have turned this way, where such obvious brutality and horrors are being unleashed, and there's so many people that are cheering it on and punishing those that would speak out against it. Just absolutely, wow, horrible. And we're going to be featuring a fair bit of Owen Jones in the next docket, but here we go. Owen Jones just saying, this is what Israel was always going to do. As I said on 19th October 2023, we're talking about a land invasion of Gaza with catastrophic consequences, and then potential purge of ethnic cleansing and civilian population, and the colonialization of the land. Don't say it, you weren't warned, as we get into the next little bit. So he's quote tweeting Middle East Eye that says, reports emerged this week that Netanyahu has decided to order the Israeli army to fully occupy Gaza, a move that is strongly opposed by Chief of Staff.
We're talking about a land invasion of Gaza with catastrophic consequences, and then a potential purge, ethnic cleansing of the civilian population, and the colonization of their land. Don't say you weren't warned. This is what's happening. We're talking.
And here we have from Al Jazeera. Oh, breaking news. Al Jazeera journalist was killed in. Journalist hit by Israeli forces. Can't go 2 minutes without a new horror. Just 28 years old. So Israel's Netanyahu has decided on full occupation of Gaza, reports say. And it would not surprise me if the United States actually sends help, boots on the ground, which is part of what I was worried about when Trump got reelected, was that they would actively participate, boots on the ground in Gaza. Netanyahu's war cabinet set to approve military operations across entire enclave, according to Israeli media. Sorry, just a tent for journalists hit by Israeli forces. And we just saw the video from Francesca where it was mentioning how Israel is targeting journalists. More journalists killed in this than any other conflict. They combined. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to announce plans to fully occupy the Gaza Strip, Israeli media have reported. Netanyahu's decision will see the Israeli military expand its operations across the entire enclave, including areas where Hamas's captives are being held. I-24 News, the Jerusalem Post, Channel 12, and Ynet reported on Monday. The decision has been made. Amit, chief of political analysis with Channel 12, quoted an unnamed senior official in Netanyahu's office as saying, Hamas won't release more hostages without total surrender, and we won't surrender. If we don't act now, the hostages will starve to death and Gaza will remain under Hamas's control. The Palestinian Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned the reported plans and called the international community to intervene urgently to prevent their implementation, whether they are from pressure trial balloons to gauge international reactions or genuinely serious. Netanyahu's office did not immediately respond to Al Jazeera's request for comment. And Nora was just pointing out here, can't wait for the CBC to ask the IJA for their reaction. As she was quote tweeting, the Prime Minister's office confirms, so that's Canada's Prime Minister office confirms that Benjamin Netanyahu has come to a decision for the full occupation of the Gaza Strip, including operations in areas where hostages are held. And yes, again, this CIJA is a very Zionist organization, and yeah, it would not surprise me if CBC were to interview somebody from them as opposed to, you know, a family member of somebody who is starving in Gaza. And Mark Carney released his statement. So we didn't have to wait long for that. It's almost like he knew this was about to happen. And this person was just tweeting out that on May 19th, there was a statement, if Israel does not cease the renewed military offensive and lift its restriction on humanitarian aid, we will take further concrete actions. And August 8th, as Israel expands military operations, condemnation but no mention of concrete action. I have not read this yet. So Mark Carney, my statement on Israeli government's decision to expand military operations across Gaza. And I did this, I don't know if it was in the last live stream or the live stream before that, where I showed several statements coming from the Canadian government about, you know, what is happening. And it's constantly like, they must respect humanitarian law. But as I showed you, they had a news release where they acknowledge that Israel is not respecting humanitarian international law. And so all those lines that this government claimed to have been crossed. And we were sending them weapons. And centering Israel as the victim. So Canada condemns the Israeli government's decision to further escalate the conflict in Gaza. The escalation will do nothing to end the humanitarian horror in Gaza, nor the deepening suffering of both the Israeli hostages and Palestinian civilians, nor will it advance long-term peace and security for the Israeli people. Canada calls for an immediate ceasefire. Hamas must immediately release all hostages taken during the horrific terrorist attack on October 7th. See? Horrific. They use those words for that. Terrorist attack, but they don't mention the horrific attacks towards the people in Gaza. Hamas must disarm. I'm fairly certain they're disarmed. I'm fairly certain at this point they're not a functioning organization. And we must see a massive and sustained surge in humanitarian aid at the necessary scale. We continue to work with our international partners on the path to a two-state solution, where an independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state lives side by side with the state of Israel in peace and security. We reiterate that Hamas must play no role in future governments of a demilitarized Palestinian state. Canada will continue to support the Palestinian Authority commitment to reform and a strong democratic governments. Preserving the prospect for peace and stability in a region must be our collective priority. Canada urges all parties to negotiate in good faith. Do you know who doesn't negotiate in good faith? And that would be Netanyahu. Towards a just, meaningful, and lasting peace that respects the dignity, security, and aspirations of all Palestinians and Israelis. You're kind of late on all of that. So, where's the talk of the sanctions? At one point, you said that there was going to be sanctions if they cross certain lines. Where's the sanctions? Where's the, yep, we fucked up with sending more weapons. We're not going to do that anymore, as opposed to just trying to deny that they're doing it. Where's the, we demand to be allowed reporters in, to have humanitarian aid in by trucks? Where's all of that? Where is the actual consequences for what Israel's doing, other than another strongly worded statement? That says nothing. It says nothing about sanctions or any sort of consequences towards Israel for what they are doing, which Canada has acknowledged they are doing. So for Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East said, Canada still not on the cusp of sanctions against Israel. Following Netanyahu's plan for the complete military takeover in Gaza, Prime Minister Mark Carney was asked by CTV's if the government will consider sanctions against Israel. He refused to answer the question and instead pivoted to Canada's recent participation in an airdrop, in aid airdrop, which is little more than a publicity stunt. When the journalist follows up, are sanctions on the table against Israel? Is that being discussed? Carney finally says, I'm not on the cusp of making another announcement on this point. Canada still refuses to take this crisis seriously. Israel is wiping Gaza off the face of the earth. The majority of Canadians recognize that this is genocide, yet Carney won't do anything to stop it. We need immediate sanctions to protect the Palestinian people from genocide. And here's that questioning from the reporter.
Judy Trin, CTV News. Prime Minister, given that you have said that Canada will recognize a Palestinian state, and given that Prime Minister Netanyahu has an arrest warrant issued by the International Criminal Court, and yet he is still considering and he wants to take over parts of Gaza City, will the Canadian government consider sanctions against Israel?
Thank you for the question. We are working on multiple fronts to try to bring a level of stability to the region, then security, then peace to the region. And in terms of those fronts, yes, working with allies, working with the French, working with the British, working with partners in the Middle East, other partners in the Middle East, to work towards stabilization of the situation. And we don't see the road. What we see is the erosion of the possibility of a two-state solution because of facts on the ground, actions on the ground. And that's why we made the announcement, announced the intention predicated on various factors that we did. But what we're also doing, and again, I want to bring it right back to where we are today, is doing what we can under extremely difficult circumstances to provide humanitarian aid to those suffering in Gaza with our Jordanian partners, but very importantly, directly with the Canadian Armed Forces earlier this week, just under 22,000 pounds of aid.
That is nothing to brag about. You know, the way that they're holding it up, like, look at how holy we are. Look at how good we are. Under 22,000 pounds of aid. Aren't we so good?
brought through Cyprus and airdropped into Gaza. And that's the forces at its best in one of the worst situations in the world.
Prime Minister, are sanctions on the table against Israel? Is that being discussed?
Look, there's various routes, immediate assistance, the work we're doing, as I say, with partners. We've made announcements. I'm not on the cusp of making another announcement at this point.
No, it's not on the cusp of having a backbone. And from the Beaverton, this is from 3 weeks ago, but it still stands. Canada, we are prepared to issue as many empty statements as necessary to stop this genocide. And the Beaverton is Canada's version of the Onion, which sometimes does a better job of calling out the corruption and the horribleness that people are doing than real news organizations. So we do have more to talk about this subject, but this is a break in it. So I just caught something out of the side of my eye, and I just want to say, Pixel Snob, I believe you're the one that said it. Hi everyone. Yeah. YouTube is not watchable for me without premium. It's awful. Now, as a content creator on YouTube, I would never suggest that you go to Firefox and you download uBlock Origin and give it a try there. I would never suggest you do that. As a YouTube content creator, do not go to Firefox, download uBlock Origin, and try watching YouTube there. Let's see what people are saying. So, Looney Tunes 9000 is putting in a shameless plug. Speaking of which, join me Friday afternoons after the Majority Report for Fridays with LT9K. Episode 4 will be a AMA, Ask Me Anything. Give me a subscription to tune in every week. Let's see. Rich P1K. Oh, and then that's the Guardian stuff. And yes, this was never about the hostages. Oh, Rich P1K saying, oh, correction, it was someone in the comments of an article, The Guardian, my bad. Grand Theft Autobot, oh yes, you know how they could have spotted the Hamas prisoners, stopped the Hamas prisoners from starving, let the food in so Hamas could feed them. Yeah. Hello, Tom Trask. Pup Tetris saying, with or without pre-existing conditions, people deserve food. Stop the harm? Yeah, like that's just the idea of like, oh, well, they have pre-existing conditions. It's like, I don't give a fuck. You're still starving them. It's like all the people who try to say, oh, the only people who died of COVID were ones with pre-existing conditions. So what? Like somehow, if you have a pre-existing condition, it makes your life disposable? Just the sickness in people these days. Let's see. Yes, Grand Theft Autobot, we are in the dumbest timeline. Hello, JK. The majority of countries are afraid of the U.S. empire, so they just fall in line. U.S. fascism will spread all over the Western world. Yeah. I'd be a little bit more of a fan of more nations starting to buddy up with China. Of course, I don't agree with everything China does, but I also don't agree with everything Canada does. I don't agree with anything that every government, like, there's no government I agree with fully. But it looks like China is going to be the next superpower, and they're very close to it at this point. Yeah, I'm okay with passing the torch there. It just sucks that we're on the border with the United States. Let's see. And just people calling that one person an absolute monster. Grand Theft Autobot. Ooh, if you don't stop, we'll shake our fists at you hard. So hard. Pup Tetris. We might fuss at you while arming you. Let's see. Tom Trask, because of facts on the ground, you mean your buddy Netanyahu won't stop the genocide despite your continuation of arms shipments? This country. All of them right now. Nadia Vet Chambers. China is opening up 1,000 new schools for Marxism. Grand Theft Autobot saying, I did not just add it to my browser. Yeah. Talking about certain origin stuff. I've heard about Brave. I don't know enough about Brave as an alternative. But I despise ads with an internal, it's a very disproportional rage. Like, I shouldn't be as mad as I am, but I am. Like, it's very not disproportional, but overreactionary, an extreme reaction to it, for many reasons, and partly living with poverty and the idea that if you have any extra 2 cents, you need to be spending it or else, you know, and constantly trying to get every nickel and dime from people whenever they can. And I find ads very dehumanizing, because these companies don't care about you as a person. They care about you as a product, which it's not shocking, but it really grates me. It really does. And if I see an ad, I'm less likely to buy from them. There's only been one instance where I've seen an ad, and it was on Twitter, where I'm like, okay, so I'm actually going to look this up. And it was about a very specific type of cat toy. But I won't be buying it from the site that was advertising it. I needed to add it to my Amazon wish list, actually. So thank you, advertiser, for bringing it to my attention. But no, you are not getting my money for it. Because I have like just this intense rage about ads and how down their throat it is and how they want to force you to watch them. And I wish that there was a way to opt out. Like, I wish that the internet and all of its services need to be like in the public domain, because it's our lives, you know. It's not just an extracurricular that we do. Our jobs are on it, our lives are on it, our communications, our networks. It'd be like getting random phone calls of telemarketers, which was banned here in Canada, you know, constantly over and over and over again. It needs to stop. We need to stop treating humans like products. It's gross. Absolutely gross. Pixel Snob, I agree. It's dehumanizing. Ads have ruined the web completely. And especially like as somebody who's autistic, when I get into the zone with a certain video, if I'm watching it and you disrupt that feeling, the vibe, you just blast something in between it, it's really bothersome to have that rhythm wrecked because you want to insert an ad for something I will never buy. And a lot of the times for things I can't afford to buy, things that, just mean nothing to me. And then the whole idea of like, oh, we can tailor ads to you. And it's like, no, I don't. I want to cut down on materialism. I want to do that. I don't want to just buy things for the sake of buying things. When I need something, I would go look it up. I saw a tweet thread on it recently about how apparently YouTube now is sometime doing 2 ads before a video will start. And there was the meme of like people who use ad blockers are like, what? But I don't recommend that you use it as somebody who's a content creator on YouTube. It's so frustrating. It's something back when I was just doing essays that I meant to do like a proper essay on is my thought of like ads on the internet and how intrusive they are too. Like it's not just they're intrusive because they want to try to predict what you're going to buy, and apparently like there was people who found out that they were pregnant because of the ads that were suddenly tailored to them. Or if you're looking for something as like a gift or a surprise for a loved one, then suddenly you're getting bombarded with all of that. And if they go onto your computer, they're going to see ads for this particular item. Or, this idea of like, oh, find overweight people in your area to date because you're overweight too. Or here are people in your age group to date. Or just like weight loss ads out the wazoo. Like all of these things because you clicked on one thing and then suddenly you're just getting bombarded with certain types of ads. It's very intrusive. And I think intrusive is the right word. Like it's not quite violating, but it is definitely intrusive. The way that they try to tailor ads to you. So even when I have to update the windows and they're like, oh, let us tailor ads. No, I click the no, even though I still don't see them for reasons. Rich P1K, I'm 1000% positive that there's an argument to be had about intrusive advertising having a negative impact on mental health. Yeah. Pixel Snop says violating works, lol. Yeah, it's just I don't want to buy things. I don't want it constantly in my face that I need to be buying things. That for a lot of vulnerable people, especially with mental health disorders, there's this idea that you can supplement things that are missing in your life with material things, which you can't do. And that because I used to do this, I used to have like all these things around because I didn't feel like I was interesting. But it's like, oh, look at all this stuff that I have that is interesting. And I was using it to make it seem like I was, like I had some worth or I was something more, or to try to keep people's attention into who I was. It's like, oh, look at all these things. Like there's actually a scene from Thor 3 Ragnarok that resonated so hard with me. And it was just the silliest thing where the one guy was in the room with the sortie thing, whatever, for the transportation, and he's trying to impress these two women. And he's like, look at my stuff. And it's all this stuff that he's collected from all these different worlds that he's traveled to. And then he's like showing like, oh, isn't this cool? Isn't this neat? Look at this. And it's, you're supplementing the fact that you don't feel like there's anything good or cool about who you are as a person. That you have to be like, look at all these things though around me. So hoping that that will somehow prop up your self-worth by having these things to keep people engaged, to keep people like asking questions about all these things that you have. And when my mental health got slightly better, I was able to do a bit of a purge of my apartment. I still have a lot of stuff. But the purge I did in my apartment was, did it have sentimental value to me? Was it part of a collection from long ago, not just some new random one made up in the last few years? And was it something that I was truly appreciating? And is it something that I need for use? And if it wasn't any of those things, it got taken to Goodwill. Like it got taken to a thrift store. And I cleared out a lot of stuff that way. A lot of stuff that way. But I still have a lot of stuff. Like borderline hoarder when I was younger. But like things still have their place, you know, like it's not like it's just piles of stuff all around the place. Like they're on the shelves, they're in displays. I appreciate the stuff that I can look at and whatnot. So it's that, but yeah. Oh, hello, Mozart. I get ads for the thing I just bought. Yeah. Well, back when I was working, I had a job and sometimes I would have to look up different products and stuff. And since I didn't have app blockers on the computer at work, all of a sudden it's like, I'm looking up this one crystal clock and I'm getting bombarded by crystal clocks. And it's like, I'm not interested in buying them. But it's like, oh, look at these crystal clocks all over the place. Ah, crystal clocks. Ah, ah. It's like, what? But one that I find funny, and I think it was John Iderell that pointed it out way back that when he got engaged, and the ads for engagement rings almost never went away. It's like, he picked one, it's good, got one, still getting ads for engagement rings. It's just... let's see. Mozart, I've done like 4 purges. I have almost nothing that is not essential. It's okay. Yeah. Well, like, you know, these things, like, those are things my grandmother made. This is like a unicorn collection I have. Slinky collection, pre-existing Slinky collection. This gnome and carbonite was a gift to me. Somebody made it. Fidget toys are things that are always in active use. This little, you can't quite see it, it's a little toy that I had from childhood. So yeah, it's like right there, that's all, like those all fall into that category. Nadia Chambers, I've been living out of a suitcase since Jan. When I went unhoused, fortunately I was able to have my stuff in storage, and then a lot of irreplaceable things got damaged when it flooded. But I feel for you, Nadia. I hope your situation changes. I hope it improves. Wish there was something that I could do. Because it's just not right. It's not right that anyone has to go through that. Wanda M, I'm trying to declutter a little at a time. Etchbox thinks the gnome and carbonite is so cool. Yeah. My friend, he just got the gnome from the dollar store and cut it in half and slapped it on the wood and painted it black. It's not that hard to make, actually, but it's really cool. Nadia saying fleeing the country meant leaving a lot of crap behind. Yeah, one of my biggest fears is like a fire or something where I lose a lot of my stuff. And I don't think I would ever rebuild the same way again. Like I wouldn't have collections or anything of that sort because there's a certain level of stress about keeping them, that something might go wrong to them and whatnot. But anyway. I'm going to close all those tabs that we just read off because I have a bazillion tabs open. And we still have 3 more dockets to go through. So we're still on the subject of Palestine, Gaza, Canada's connection, and all that sort of stuff. And this, again, the media's response and the media's responsibility to what is happening is very, very stark, depending on where you are, who you are, what you're doing. And so here we have, I'm sure many of you have already seen this video. ITV pulling 0 punches in this incredible footage. This landscape of destruction looks otherworldly, but it's not this world. What is happening may come to define one of the darkest eras that casts a stain on humanity, which will endure for generations. And so here we have this image. Well, we also have this image. These are 2 different women from 2 different countries, from 2 different news organizations, with the same expression looking out the window. I just thought that was really, really interesting. But here, if you've seen this footage, I literally don't know what I can show just given TOS, but it does show like the destruction and the horror going over. This was a former hospital. This was a former school. I'm sure a lot of people have seen. They showed the footage, but we'll go to what she says at the end of it. There we go.
Hard to overstate the extent of the destruction, isn't it?
It is, and we only flew over part of Gaza, but the areas we flew over were completely devastated, and it's very difficult from the height we were, because we're not allowed in, to actually get any more detail than we managed to get there. But it was perfectly clear that there were huge areas of complete destruction, and the people were still trying to live within those areas. You could see on certain pictures just a little bit of movement where people were obviously just trying to eke out some form of survival there. And we also got the opportunity to speak to people who were leaving Gaza through Jordan, through medical evacuations. And it was very clear from speaking to them just how desperate that situation is. We can't get in order to say and show ourselves directly, but their testimonies were incredibly strong. They spoke of the devastation. They spoke of there being very little left of Gaza, and they kept speaking over and over again about their hunger. These are children who'd lived through war and who also had very, very serious injuries. But when we asked them how they felt, the only thing they told us was how poorly they felt, the pains in their stomachs and their need for food.
So that was a journalist with integrity who went there and did her job, her responsibility as a journalist to report on things that need to get out there. Like just, what are the words? To do what the journalists who have been slaughtered in this can't do. You have to do it for them. If for no other reason, you have to be willing as a journalist to put your career on the line, your neck on the line, to get these images out for the sake of all the journalists that have been slaughtered in this, that can't do it, who have been trying. Because this was Gaza before, and then all the bombings, and this is what it is after. So this is a journalist with some integrity. But here we have Canada, and yeah. Exact same thing. So that first journalist went on an airdrop with a different nation in order to get that footage. This is the exact same situation that this Canadian journalist was in. And let's see how well she did.
We cannot show a first flyover Gaza for the Canadian Armed Forces, a Hercules C-130 carrying nearly 10 tons of food aid, strapping down life-saving food for people trapped at their breaking point. Boxes full of tins of fish, pasta, rice, oil. One box could sustain a family for a week, the government says.
Canada understands that.
And is all of the food in that box ready to eat? It's not like they have appliances. Do they need water? Do they need dishes? Like, you're just dropping food and what? And again, not to mention, the people that are starving, they need very specific nutritional needs right now in order to minimize the damage that's happening to their bodies. You can't just airdrop in food and, brush your hands of it, saying you've done your part. You haven't.
That airdrops are insufficient to meet the full needs of the people on the ground in Gaza. However, when there's this level of human suffering, inaction is not an option.
We were not allowed to get on the Canadian aircraft because of Israeli restrictions and risk considerations. However, we were invited to join a Jordanian airdrop, and that's what we're going to do. This Jordanian
Yeah, we can do it from ours because, restrictions, and it's not like we were going to challenge it at all.
military flight is carrying its own food pallets, taking off just ahead of the Canadian one of 7 airdrops on Monday involving 6 countries, as Israel has.
And the thing is like, why is it that Jordanian, you're allowed to get this footage from the Jordanian flight, but you can't from the Canadian flight? Is there something physically stopping you from doing that? It's absolutely spineless.
Reopened an air corridor in response to unrelenting pressure. We cannot show you what we see outside these windows. The Israelis have forbidden any media images of what's happened down on the ground, but we...
Yeah, tell that to this reporter. Mm-hmm.
We can see the flattened landscape of neighborhoods. Gaza is on the brink of famine, according to health metrics, but this is an ineffective and dangerous way to distribute aid. And away it goes. 3 tons of milk this time. No way to track exactly where it goes or who gets it.
So you see the size of these things. Look at that. Imagine that landing on your tent, even with the parachute. You don't see it coming. It's coming down. They come down fast. Imagine that landing on your tent. No wonder people are dying in this.
Or who gets it. Except from the ground. A videographer working with CBC News following an air tracker captured these images at the same time the Canadian flight made a drop over Gaza. Every parachute ignites a desperate race, leading to chaos. Brutal fights for food, says Mohammed Mumar. Look at the humiliation, just so I could get it. We died to get this. Look over there, weapons, lots of weapons. Every grain in the sand is precious, but only the most aggressive, even the youngest, can dig it out. That's why critics call airdrops a last resort, more symbolic than effective. As lineups of trucks with hundreds of tons more food are stuck just outside Gaza's borders. Back at the base, the Canadian Hercules returns. Mission accomplished successfully.
Obviously, we're extremely proud. There are people that are very much in need of that aid on the ground, and for us being able to deliver that aid, it feels very good.
The pilot did his job, but planes can't cure hunger.
Susan, Israel controls access to Gaza. What is its stance on food assistance?
Well, Israel accuses Hamas of stealing food and also deliberately holding it back from Israeli hostages. Every day, the food crisis is becoming more of a political bargaining tool, and it's pretty fluid. For example,
So she says that Israel accuses Hamas of this. Is she going to follow up by saying there's been no evidence or proof of this? Because there's no evidence or proof that Hamas is stealing all the aid from the trucks.
we're told that the Canadian mission Monday was a one-off, that there are no further plans to send Canadian planes with aid over Gaza, at least not at this time.
Oh, so Canada gets a brag about the one airdrop that they participated in, the almost 22,000 pounds of food, and brush their hands of it. And it's like, we did our bit. Time to move on to, tariffs, or like, oh, hey, Mark Carney, he just got rid of he lowered the fee to get across a bridge. Yeah. Yeah. Pendulous Dragon, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Hey, Sandy, sending love and hugs from afar. I thank you. Really appreciate when you can stop in. And catch you next time, Philip Blair. I'm glad that you were able to come out for a little bit. Let's see.
Susan Ormiston.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything else after that. So absolutely spineless that
with this exclusive,
ground.
Yeah, no, not play. Freeze frame, right there, right there. Oh, that was nailed. That one. Two different women from different organizations, from different countries. One with the integrity to do her job, and one that's like, I'm just going to describe the horror that I'm seeing out this window, but I'm not going to take this camera that is looking at me and just move it over. And again, if for people who were here earlier, you heard Mark Carney say that right now he's not on the cusp of any more announcements or sanctions or anything of that sort. So we've done this one food drop. They've got to brag about it. They got to tweet about it, boast about it, say that they're doing their part to help out. That's it. Our one food drop that actually killed a nurse. And just more about biases when it comes to not just the media, but also politicians, and how politicians react to everything that is happening in Gaza and who they like to focus on. So we have the one and only Anthony Horsefarter saying, protesting outside a private residence of Melanie Joly is wrong. It would be equally wrong to protest outside residence of any other person. Family, neighbors, personal spaces, blah, 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 should be off limits. Dimitri just say, what is truly wrong is your genocidal racism. I encourage people to show up at your home to denounce you. Yeah. And Corrupt Ontario, who a lot of people apparently thought was just a lib and was getting upset with their takes on Israel. Is like, fuck off, no peace for genocide supporters, fucking stuff it. Yeah. And this is in response to, yes, there were protests outside of Melanie Joly's house. She was the former Minister of Foreign Affairs who was sending arms to help in this genocide. You don't threaten. You don't, threaten violence of any sort. But these people should not have a single minute of peace in the rest of their lives. Not a single minute. Yeah. And if that's a problem from her family, then she needs to leave her family. Because what they have done, what they have participated in, is unforgivable. And quite honestly, if I had a family member that was assisting in a genocide, I wouldn't exactly be cozying up with them anymore. It is just, no, you protest them anytime they're in public. Again, nothing threatening. no physical harm, no threats of violence. And if they do have family, try not to target their family. I'm against, especially if they're children, they had no choice in what their parents were doing. So family is off limits as far as I'm concerned, but protesting outside of the house, yeah. And it was a peaceful protest. It's not like they were shouting slurs or anything. They don't deserve a single moment of peace for the rest of their lives. And Maher was just saying no one would have needed to protest at all anywhere if you and your colleagues, including Melanie Joly, stop supporting a televised genocide. If you don't realize it yet, Canadians are angry. Go get a life. And so there was going to be a moment of standing up against these Zionist organizations. And so Leslie Roberts had quote tweeted this out because the Montreal Gazette had posted an article saying Pride Parade has lost its way with policy of exclusion. And they were talking about how the Montreal Pride Parade was excluding some Jewish organizations without mentioning that they were genocidal Zionist organizations that the Pride Parade was wanting to exclude. And as a group of people who have regularly been the target for different types of genocide over the years, with the AIDS epidemic and then what's happening in the States with lack of trans care and criminalization and all that sort of stuff, I'd get why you wouldn't want another genocidal group in the parade, parading beside you. I get why you wouldn't want that when quite often we are the victims of that sort of hatred and vitriol. And yeah, a lot of queer people are in support of Palestinians. Oh, that's a lot of them are. And to have a Zionist organization in the parade is an insult for everything that the peace and inclusivity and everything we stand for. But they were calling them out. How dare they not include this Zionist organization? How very inclusive of them to not include this group. Yeah, we don't have to include hate organizations into our peaceful events. So Leslie Roberts here, who is a TV and radio news guy, says Montreal Gay Pride Parade excludes Jewish groups, a political statement, or anti-Semitism. They have lost its way. Time for accountability. And he was the person, I guess, who penned it. And No Drones Canada was just saying, nice try. Groups supporting genocide don't belong in any public events. Now, this is kind of past tense because, as is the case with a lot of other authorities and public officials and stuff, the pressure on the parade to change was overwhelming. And so they had to. And so Anna Gainey here says, I welcome the necessary decision to re-include Jewish groups in Montreal. Their voices belong in the 2S LGBTQI plus community. Pride must always stand for inclusion. We don't have to include genociders. Eves Angler saying, I welcome necessary charges brought against you for promoting Israel's Holocaust in Gaza. And Rabbi David was just saying they were excluded because they actively promote genocide, not because they're Jews. No pride in genocide. You're shameful for posting this. And she is a member of parliament. So she's an MP right now. And then we also have this person here, Evan Solomon, who's also an MP, saying, I welcome Pride Montreal's reversal decision to include all members of the 2S LGBTQ plus community and their allies. I don't consider genociders as allies. Pride's decision painfully excluded the Jewish community. No, Jewish people were more than welcome to partake in the parade. Jewish people were not being excluded from it. But meaningful conversation has given way to a resolution. Pride will always be about inclusion. And Toronto Centre for Palestine just said, just to be clear, our MP is talking about CIJA, essentially a foreign lobby group. And feature them plenty of times on here. There are Zionist, like APAC group here in Canada. But here's the thing. I've just shown you three different MPs. We have Evan Solomon, we have Anna Gainey, and we have Anthony Horsfarter. All three of those MPs are Liberals. I don't know if the Conservatives are just as bad on this because maybe they're just not floating around my timelines as much. But, you know, the Liberal Party seems to be far more openly Zionist than the Conservatives. Like Pierre Poilievre absolutely was, but he's technically not a politician right now. And he absolutely was in support of Israel and saying some of the most horrific things. And I've featured it plenty of times on this channel, but I haven't seen too many conservative MPs spitting out Zionist statements. And there was something that Mehdi Hassan said when he was, you know, dealing with the Jubilee surrounded situation and stuff, how when it came to what was happening in Gaza, nobody really wanted to go up and challenge him on it. And that's because a lot of them, they don't support Israel because they are actually anti-Semitic. And so I get the feeling that a lot of the conservative MPs, again, I'm not saying everyone, and this is my opinion, that a lot of them are actually anti-Semitic. And they don't want to support Israel for that. And they also don't care about a bunch of Muslims being genocided because they're also very Islamophobic. And so that's probably why we're not hearing as much from the conservatives. But the liberals, very loud and proud Zionists all over the place. Like Anthony Horsfarter is probably one of the worst, but they're all liberals, all of them. Openly being Zionists and promoting genocide. It is disgusting. And, but here, it's another Pride Parade. And so this was happening in a European capital. So we're going to skip the pond. We're going to jump the pond to bring these together. So this was a Pride video of the Queers for Israel military truck. Disgusting. Even the greatest writers couldn't come up with this absurd shit. The modern day Nazi flag flying proudly in a progressive event in a European capital during a Holocaust committed under this flag and its name. And BM had tweeted this out. And we'll just show that. Queers for Israel on a military truck. Yeah. Jewish people, by all means, be part of it. The state of Israel is committing a genocide. And this leads me into more of stuff that was happening. Oh, and this is how Queers for Israel arrived at the Stockholm Pride Parade. And just pointing out this military truck again. But this leads over into a video that I'm about to show on this screen. More of what was happening over in London. And I'm talking the UK. I'm not talking about Ontario, because there's a London, Ontario. This is London, UK, where they have recently passed laws to make it illegal to be in support of Palestinians. They brand you as a terrorist if you're in support of Palestinians. And so we have a whole bunch of this happening in London right now.
Most of these people know they're breaking the law. They're showing support for Palestine Action, an organisation prescribed by the government under the Terrorism Act.
Yeah, it was just, you know, people in support. Like, look at these scary signs. Where were they? I oppose genocide. I support Palestine Action. So Palestine Action is a group that was labeled like a terrorist group. I oppose genocide. That means that you should be arrested?
Easily.
I am about to be arrested, that's correct, yes.
Why are you happy to be arrested?
I'm a retired consultant surgeon. We are here to protest about the genocide that's occurring in Gaza.
You're carrying...
Now, it's very important that people with privilege do this. Because quite often in these events, when it comes to these types of protests and whatnot, a certain amount of people, they go there knowing full well they're the ones that are going to get arrested. And it's important that the people with privilege do that, because let's say someone like me, if I get arrested, there's no one here to look after my cats, like my sick cat. I live in poverty. You know, having this on my record would not help me. People could lose their jobs. Like, there's a lot of people in very vulnerable situations that simply cannot go away even for a night. People with disabilities, and we're going to get to one of those in a moment. That is just, again, it's horrific, all the people that they were arresting. So it's very important that if you can afford the time off work, and having this on your record isn't going to damage you in any way whatsoever. So like a retired doctor, probably, you know, not really in the job market much anymore. It's important that you literally put your bodies on the line for this, to support the people who want to but can't.
Placard of a prescribed terrorist organisation.
That's correct, because there's no way this organisation should be prescribed. It doesn't meet the legal criteria. There's going to be a successful legal challenge in the High Court.
The actions of hundreds of marker pens that have brought so many police to Parliament Square today. Everybody here demonstrating has been writing on their placards the name of an organisation that's prescribed by the government as a terrorist one. So that opens them up to being arrested, and it's something that most of them are willing to face.
You notice how she didn't say the name? I don't think, did she say the name of the organization? Did I miss that? Or is she avoiding even saying the name of the organization herself? Did I miss that? I'm entirely possible that with my ADHD, I completely missed her saying the words Palestine Action.
I know that Palestine Action are carrying out important work. I think it's absolutely the case they should not be a terrorist organisation.
Are you prepared to be arrested then?
I am assuming I'm going to be arrested any minute now, yes.
Oh, are you? Really?
That's,
okay.
The police are getting closer and
so
closer.
You've got an overnight bag?
I've got my pyjamas in my bag, I've got a book to read in the police station. Yeah, happy to do my small bit in the face of genocide.
Plenty of others willing to do their bit too. The Metropolitan Police say they're confident they've arrested everyone at the protest with a placard expressing support for Palestine Action.
Oh, no, she said Palestine Action right there. Okay, so she has at least said it, but not while she was on camera. Like this type of violence, I only ever see directed towards people who are like protesting genocides, or people who are protesting encampments being torn down and stuff. I've seen, like, here in Ontario, plenty of footage of the police being this brutal to people trying to stop an encampment from being demolished. And we're going to get to one footage of somebody who uses a wheelchair, and it's like, I remember a very disturbing photo of somebody who uses a wheelchair in, I believe it was Toronto, protesting an encampment being shut down, where the police were like literally arresting her and like putting her arm behind her or something. And it's just like, it's so disgusting, so disgusting. But we're going to get more into the dynamics of this in a little bit, because the police cracked down hard on these people for simply having a piece of Bristol board with saying, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action. That is so threatening to them that they had to do mass arrests on a scale unlike any before.
A fact disputed by the organisers, defend our juries, who say it was only a fraction. The classification of Palestine Action as a terrorist organisation was put in place after members of the group broke into the Royal Air Force Base in Brize Norton in June, causing, according to the government, £7 million worth of damage.
This is not about...
And JK is also in the SandBox saying Stammer had said Palestine Action were attacking Jewish businesses when in fact they were targeting Israeli arms manufacturers. Anti-genocide Jewish groups have said Stammer is promoting anti-Semitism for equating Judaism with the horrors in Gaza. Yeah, and so you saw that spray paint. 7 million pounds in damages there. I don't know what that is in Canadian dollars, but sounds like a lot for a paint removal.
The lawful right to protest. There are many ways for people to protest, to say their views, and there's also a lot of people who feel rightly very strongly about some of the appalling scenes we've seen happening.
So here's an MP. We have these MPs. We have them here in Canada too. And it's always so funny how it's like, we support people's right to protest, just not like that. Happens all the time here too. Oh, people absolutely have the right to protest, but not like that. No, not outside the home. No, not, you know, on a student, like a university campus, not marching down the street, not being loud, not by putting paint on a window, not by chalk, literally chalk on a sidewalk. No, you're allowed to protest, just not in a way that would inconvenience anyone or would get noticed whatsoever. So feel free to protest, just not protest. Not like that, or that, or that. And definitely not like that. Absolutely not like that. Not that. Nope. Can't protest that way either. I think that means that you can sit in your own home with the windows shut and the blinds closed with your placard. If you want to protest. And make sure that nobody can hear what you're saying.
In Gaza and the West Bank. But this is about whether there's action against our national security in the UK where we have to have proper safeguards in place.
The legitimacy of the ban is disputed by civil rights groups.
They're quite clear international definitions around what constitutes terrorism, and simply destroying property, causing damage, even hurting someone. These could very well be criminal acts and could very well need to be dealt with under criminal law, but they don't necessarily constitute terrorism.
Like, if that constitutes terrorism, I know I'm just a Canuck over here in Ontario, but I have seen footage of, oh, what do you call them over there? Hooligans. Which kind of, you know, I'm just hooligans. It sounds very, very not what I would say. After, you don't say soccer, do you? You say football over there. See, I'm learning. After like these football matches. And I've seen that there's destruction of property. And you see, we have that over here too, but they're usually called white men, and the games are hockey. Yeah. We don't really, I wouldn't really say that the fans of hockey players, we don't really refer to them as hooligans here. Just a bunch of dudes, a bunch of guys after hockey games that go absolutely apeshit, and destroy property and stuff. So are they terrorists? Because I'm sure they've cost a lot more in damages than spray paint.
Nonetheless, those arrested today are subject to anti-terrorism laws and could face up to a maximum sentence of 14 years in prison, putting more strain on an already overcrowded system.
It's just so absurd, so obscene. The idea of 14 years for protesting a genocide. And it's funny how the cops will crack down on this, and we'll get more to it. But like, just by peacefully sitting and holding a placard, opposing genocide, with Palestine Action on it could possibly get you 14 years in prison. And the police were out in full force with that one.
Every time you process somebody, not only is that time and a cell space, but obviously there's a financial element to that as well, kitting people out for prison.
And putting pressure on the system to effect change is, of course, what all this is about. But at what cost? The Met Police say they've spent over £50 million staffing pro-Palestine demonstrations in the months since the...
Okay, they said another number, £50 million doing this. I don't know the conversion rates, so let me just put it in my phone, and let's see, and you know, so like UK pound to Canadian dollar. Yes, I've already done this. I'm just doing this for dramatic sake. And let's put. Holy shit! They spent that much? That much? For people with placards. So I guess the NHS, that's all taken care of right now? Huh? That's all looked after? What? And for those of you who don't know, it's almost 100 million Canadian. So the NHS is good. You've plugged all the holes there, have you? No more homelessness. You've gotten that taken care of. That you can spend this type of money for people peacefully protesting, huh? Holy shit!
Start of the Israel-Gaza war.
And in the last few minutes, the home.
So I'm gonna go to this screen, and now we're gonna see a bit from Owen Jones' tweets, because I believe he was there. You see, that's the nice thing about being such a tiny lot of land as the UK, is that you, as somebody who covers these things, it's easy for him to just bike over, and he biked it over. He used his bike. And now that I've been following Owen Jones a little bit more closely, I just find it hilarious. He seems to like to get into some fights, and just some of the ways that people try to attack him is like, you sound like a snob mentioning that you cycled. In a crowded situation, like when you have a whole bunch of people going into a town, that's the best way to do it. Because transit would just be an absolute nightmare. Parking not happening. Driving, wouldn't want to risk my car. That's like the perfect way to get into a situation like that. But yeah, that he lives in like a tiny little island. Just an itty bitty piece of land, the UK is. Where I would have to travel more than the distance of the UK in order to get to Ottawa. Something like that. So yeah. But Owen Jones was just saying, a pensioner who peacefully opposed exterminating defenseless unarmed civilians. The British state legally considers you a dangerous terrorist who must be arrested. A politician who arms mass extermination of defenseless unarmed civilians. You're considered a statesman. And he was, quote, tweeting, defend our juries and huge support as a Quaker is arrested under the statue of Mahatma Gandhi for holding a sign which said, I oppose genocide, I oppose Palestine action. With collective resistance, it's inevitable that we will defeat the ban of Palestine action. And so they're just, he's a senior, and they just pick him up. And very, like, again, this is all very dehumanizing, the way that they're doing this too. But lots of people in support of this person, which is good. And the next one for me, the video that I saw, again, it hits me hard as somebody who lives with disabilities. I've never had to use a wheelchair for mobility, but, you know, I have had issues walking before and have needed like a cane and things of that sort of times. But also, like, I was covering Sarah Jama, and she uses a wheelchair, and just her treatment when she was getting kicked out of Parliament in Queen's Park and whatnot. To me, it's just exceedingly disgusting that they're arresting a disabled blind man at Parliament Square protest, where hundreds are holding placards which say, "I oppose genocide." This is just beyond dehumanizing, because I know far too many stories of people who use wheelchairs, and just the absolute insulting nature of how people will treat you, how they will push you out of the way, how they will like use the handrails for your wheelchair to put a bag on, how it takes away your autonomy as to where and how you move. Because it's like, the person pushing him, it's not like they know or probably paying attention if there's anything in his way that would impede him, that would hurt his foot, anything of that sort. My grandmother, she needed a wheelchair when she was in the long-term care home, and she had some mobility, like she could use it slightly, but you know, you had to, when I did push her around, you had to be careful because her one foot would be out, and making sure that that's not hit. But it's just, it is so indignant and humiliating to do this to someone. Like, is this person a threat? This person, are they a threat? Do they deserve to be, you know, pushed away and arrested for having a placard? What kind of reasonable threat is this person? Absolutely disgusting. And Owen just saying, hope Labour politicians and the Met Police are so proud of themselves. Finally, they can lock up these really terrifying threats to society, blind, disabled people who oppose exterminating civilians. Yeah, no, this one, it hit me hard, and it reminded me of some of the footage and the photographs I saw of a person in a wheelchair at the encampments in Toronto being, you know, the police attacking them and stuff. And it was just, yeah. Like, they are so vulnerable in so many ways. Like, again, people, they don't understand certain things. Like, if let's say something were to happen and a stampede were to unfold, how do you think somebody like him would fare? Like, it's just, yeah. And so to give you an idea of the scope of arrests that had happened, Owen Jones had tweeted this out during the poll tax riots of 1990, which looked like this. 339 people were arrested. So here we have violence, actual riot and violence. Today, 466 people have been arrested for holding placards opposing what a consensus of genocide scholars say is genocide. This is insane. And my word, history's judgment will be damning. Yeah, we are writing the history books of the future. What chapter do you want to be included in? The police, the politicians, they're not going to like where they show up. So, yeah, just 339 for this level of destruction. People peacefully sitting with a piece of Bristol board and some marker. 466 arrested. And so Defend Our Juries was just saying, largest ever mass arrest by Met Police at one protest. 466 were made. This is reportedly the largest ever mass arrest by Met Police. For context, the year ending, in the year ending 31 March 2025, just 232 people were arrested in the UK for terrorist-related activity in that entire year. Owen saying, sure, the facilitators of our genocide run the British state. They can use the state machinery to crush opponents of genocide. They bet that no government will ever be elected which enforces genocide convention, which criminalizes complicity in genocide. They'll lose this bet. He's a little bit more optimistic than I am. And Amnesty UK had tweeted this out, just Owen Jones talking a bit about this, and, you know, any excuse to listen to his voice is a good excuse. I just wish it wasn't under these circumstances. So Amnesty UK had tweeted out, and also I have a bit of a soft spot for Amnesty. I volunteer for Amnesty, so, and have for years and years and years. Arresting Netanyahu and ending the genocide should be Keir Starmer's priority, not criminalizing protesters demanding justice for Palestinians.
How, 22 months into Israel's genocidal onslaught on Gaza, could Netanyahu be escalating the military onslaught and planning to take control of what remains of Gaza City? Well, Netanyahu has been armed by government like ours, and his sense of impunity has been encouraged by government like ours. That's why we're outside 10 Downing Street today. Keir Starmer has done nothing meaningful to stop the genocide. While the official figures say at least 60,000 Palestinians have been killed, we know that this figure is a vast underestimate. And in the week where we mark 80 years since the United States dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, research tells us that Israel has dropped the equivalent of 6 Hiroshima atomic bombs on Gaza. There is now mass starvation across Gaza, and frankly, the images are too unbearable to look at. But we cannot look away. Israel's genocidal advancement deeper into Gaza will spell even more catastrophe.
I'm just going to squish this down a bit on the screen because I am worried that some of the footage, YouTube can be so finicky. Twitter allows a lot more stuff than, and I'm just worried that even that footage of the destruction might get my channel in trouble. So I'm just going to go to the main shot for the rest of this. You still get to hear what he's saying.
Catastrophe for Palestinians. More people will be starved, forcibly displaced, and more will be killed. Keir Starmer has criticised Israel's latest scheme, and his rhetoric is getting stronger, but his government's actions are totally inadequate. He can and must end all trade and cooperation that contributes to the genocide, apartheid, or the occupation. Fully support the ICC investigation and stop arming Israel. Keir Starmer must rescind restrictive laws on protest, because let's be absolutely clear, it was us on these demonstrations and on social media who was saying that this was Israel's plan all along. So it is us who must force our government to act and to hold them to account.
Okay, we can go back to this. Again, I'm just super paranoid. I've gotten in trouble for showing that type of footage before. So let's see, where are we in the docket? So that is how the police are cracking down on peaceful protesters, people who are opposing a genocide. Meanwhile, back here on this side of the pond, what's happening? There's something happening, or there's something that should be happening. So here we have another politician, Mayor Jeremy Levy, somebody who I have featured on my channel before for very negative reasons. He is a raging Zionist. Well, he tweeted this out. If the rumors are true, then good. Oh, and he's the mayor of Hampton? Hampstead. Hamster. He's the mayor of Hamster. If the rumors are true, then good. It's about time Israel should move forward with full occupation and annexation of Gaza. It's been nearly 2 years, and if the Palestinians truly wanted peace, they would have handed over the hostages long ago, but they haven't because they chose war. Israel has every right to act decisively. No more half measures, no more waiting. The world needs to understand. No more arguing, no more explanations. Full-throated, no apologies. So, you see, here's the thing. Much like in the UK, we don't have freedom of speech here. We have freedom of expression, but we don't have free speech. Now, you see how they're cracking down on free speech in the UK for, opposing a genocide. But here in Canada, part of the lack of free speech we have, there's hate laws. And inciting a genocide counts as hate speech and is a crime by endorsing genocide publicly. It's a crime here in Canada to tweet this out. It's an actual crime. Yves Angler, who is running to be leader of the NDP, or hoping to be able to run as the leader of the FDP, says that, prosecution of Hamster Mayor over incitement to genocide. And that's exactly what this person was doing. Now, if you don't believe me, let's go to our criminal code here in Canada. Eh? Yeah, so here is the Government of Canada and Justice Law's website advocating genocide. And this is section 318 under our criminal code. Every person who advocates or promotes genocide is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 5 years. So, we're not as harsh as in the UK. We're only talking 5 years, as opposed to, the 14 that they're threatening over there for peacefully demonstrating. And also, I can't get over the irony that here in Canada, advocating or promoting a genocide is a crime. But sending weapons to a nation that is committing a genocide, absolutely fine. There seems to be a bit of an imbalance there. So, definition of genocide. Oh, I wonder if this qualifies, if what's happening in Gaza qualifies. In this section, genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part any identifiable group, namely killing members of the group or deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. Yeah, both very strong. Yes, both. Consent, no proceeding for an offense under the section shall be instituted without consent of the Attorney General. So the Attorney General is getting involved. So yeah, what the mayor of Hamster is saying is incitement to genocide. That's a crime. This post has been up for 6 days. Anything? Are we getting anything? Anything from the police here? No. But as we have seen here in Canada, though, if you wear a keffiyeh and you protest, there's so many people who are pro-Palestinian who have protested, who have been arrested, who have been surveilled, who have been harassed by law enforcement. There's so many people who are pro-Palestinian and Palestinian who have lost their jobs. Featured somebody recently, an ambulance driver, lost her job for speaking out against the genocide publicly. So all of the people who are legally doing what they're allowed to do are getting harassed and arrested by law enforcement. Meanwhile, people who are actually breaking the criminal code of Canada isn't worried. That's because we don't have law enforcement. We have state enforcement. The police are allowed to pick and choose who they enforce the law on. And it's kind of not, well, it's obvious when it comes to right-wing mobs and gatherings and protests and riots and rallies. The police are very generous with them. They're allowed to get away with a whole bunch of shit. But the instant there's a pro-Palestinian protest, an encampment, tent encampment protest for, those types of things, the police crack down hard. The right wing was literally allowed to occupy Ottawa, the capital city of this country, for 3 weeks because law enforcement sat on their asses and allowed them to do it. But they would go full force if for these Palestinian ones. Absolutely disgusting. It is not equal enforcement of the law. It is equal enforcement of the state. And the state, what benefits the state is what they do. And the state is, generally speaking, a little bit more right-wing than the average person. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Because the way that our politicians, our media covers these stories to the people who aren't that engaged, who maybe aren't on social media that much, who don't know or just get little snippets for their information. It has an effect on them when they see Israel is always the victim from, our press and politicians. And this horrible Hamas, it's always Hamas. They always bring it back to Hamas, the scary Hamas. It has an effect on the general population. So from CTV News, Muslim leaders say anti-Palestinian racism is casting a chill on free speech. So we have seen this before, where an Arabic song was to be sung at a Remembrance Day ceremony, and it was banned, and it was called anti-Semitic for just being an Arabic song. Nothing to do with what was happening. It was just an Arabic song. Because now it's getting to the point that anything Muslim is now anti-Semitic. And people are afraid. It's very devastating and heartbreaking what some people are afraid to actually talk about. So schools and employees are linking Palestinian culture with terrorism and retaliating against people who are speaking out about the war in Gaza, a new report suggests. Many Canadians have paid an unfair price, York University professor Nadia Hassan told a Wednesday news conference on Parliament Hill. Hassan leads the University Islamophobia Research Lab, which released a report that says public and private institutions are violating the speech rights of those speaking out against Israel's war in Gaza. Sorry, I heard my cat doing something. The report urges all levels of government to officially recognize anti-Palestinian racism and to pursue training on how to detect and prevent discrimination against this community. They've done this for anti-Semitic racism and included things like, I went over it a long time ago, but it was very absurd. Things like, any criticism of the government of Israel would be considered anti-Semitic. It is just, yeah. So the report cites cases of law students, teachers, and media professionals facing occupational investigations or reprimands for speaking out about the war in Gaza. The report says many of those people were later cleared of wrongdoing. But still, just even the threat of it, that's enough to make people just stay quiet on it. The silence of many of our institutional leaders was really harmful, Hassan said. It set a tone. A lot of people interpret it as a threshold for what's tolerable in their workplace, in their educational spaces. Jessie, a spokesperson for the University of Ottawa, said in an email that no suspensions was instituted, but that a resident was temporarily removed from a clinical and academic setting while professionalism complaints were considered. These types of interim measures are not disciplinary actions, said Jessie. Every effort was undertaken to ensure timely treatment of the case. Notably, while waiting for the case to be considered and for the decision of the subcommittee, the resident continued to receive the full salary and benefits of the position. The report says that students have been bullied or officially punished for wearing a traditional keffiyeh scarf for posting a Palestinian flag on social media. So much for that freedom of expression here in Canada. Students are being denied the ability to mourn their family, to mourn the death of their family members, just because they are Palestinian, said Nahad Jasser of the Association of Palestinian Arab Canadians. Like this is the devastating part, that people, Palestinians who are living here, who have family over there that are being slaughtered, they can't even post on their social media without worry that the institution, the educational institution, might crack down on them for simply posting about their family members who they've lost and they're grieving. We want our children to grow up proud of who they are. We want them to celebrate their Palestinian heritage with dignity and pride. Yeah, like they're not even allowed to celebrate that. It's so disgusting. She says there appears to be a Palestine exception in place for policies in diversity and inclusion. Institutions in our society will support all human rights except Palestinian rights and all cultures except Palestinian culture, Jasser said. Amira, Ottawa's special representative on combating Islamophobia and government's weak pushback against incidents of anti-Muslim hate risk emboldening those bent on violence. Many of these are shocking and in of themselves. Taken all together, they point to a system of oppression, she said. These dangerous trends must be interrupted before doing further harm. Wednesday's report also argues that the corporate leaders have failed to call out Israel policies causing mass death and hunger in Gaza. So, wait a sec. The Israel government has denied any involvement in a campaign which used an AI-generated profile pictures and sought to garner Canadian media coverage that could link anti-Semitism with on-campus protests. Anti-Semitism is a problem here in this country, and it should be fought, but saying Palestine must be free is not anti-Semitic. And criminalizing people for saying it is Islamophobic. And again, it's just some people are so afraid to mention it, and it's in the culture. And again, it's all about making Israel the victim that sometimes they want to ignore a very blaring example of other victims. So Mohamed Salah, who is a footballer for Liverpool, that's soccer here in Canada, quote tweeted this. Tweet from the UEFA. Farewell to, and I do not know how to say this person's name, I'm very sorry, Palestinian Pele, a talent who gave hope to countless children even in the darkest of times, and he was a footballer. And Mohamed Salah saying, can you tell us how he died, where and why? That does seem to be missing from the statement. And if we scooch down a bit, it tells you an Israeli sniper killed Palestinian Pele while he was waiting for food, a senseless act that barely made a ripple. No one is safe. So, star of the Palestinian national football team shot dead by Israel whilst collecting aid. And this person has literally put his career on the line for simply pointing out that. But there has been, some change in public opinion. It's breaking through. It's gotten bad enough that people are starting to be like, hey, this isn't good. Too little, too late. But better than never? I don't know. Just it is starting to break through. All the images and stuff that we're seeing that are on social media, that are being shared, the conversations being had, are starting to break through. And so here we have majority of Canadians support Palestinian recognition even if Trump objects amid trade dispute, says a survey. People who watch my channel, I don't like surveys and polls. I find them very stupid. It's not the majority of Canadians. It's the majority of 1,333 Canadian adults who are members of the Angus Reid Forum. It's the majority of that group. Still good, but it's the majority of that group. It's not the majority of Canadians. To impose this and say, oh, well, therefore all Canadian. No. But even in this small, tiny sample size, it's good. It's good. I'm glad. The survey was self-commissioned and paid for by ARI. So, majority of 1,333 Angus Reid poll people who have signed up to receive those polls, who have self-selected themselves to sign up for those polls, support Palestine recognition. That is a start. But, you know, I want to see more of this in Canada. I want to see more challenging of the politicians. Unfortunately, here in Canada, we don't really have town halls with our politicians. And our politicians are allowed to be very selective as to who they allow in their office when they have to do office time. I would love to see more town halls by our politicians because I want to see more of this. And Emma had quote tweeted this out, and Calesi had tweeted this out. Wisconsin Town Hall erupts against Republican Representative Brian Still due to his support for Israel's genocide of Gaza. He's booed off stage and had to end the event. $130,000 was his price to sell it to AIPAC, etc. Americans are finally waking up. Again, too little, too late, but this is cathartic to watch.
What do you have to say about that, Brian Stein?
I have to say, shut
up.
2 million people!
Yeah, just telling his constituent to shut up. Real politician-y leadership. That's showing real leadership there.
All right, we're a little bit over. I'm told we can take one more. So Nancy Frank from Elkhorn.
Bring us home, Nancy.
I want to have you address the question that was shouted about the starving children in Gaza, but also...
And it's nice to hear the applause. You know, the crowd is behind them for calling them out on what's happening in Gaza and the starving children. Because there are some horrors that you can't ignore despite how much people are wanting to ignore it, how much they're wanting to just focus on what's in front of their face, their here and now, their material reality. They don't want to pay attention to what's happening on the other side of the world. And for that to finally break through just speaks to the level of horror that it is and how it can't be ignored.
Let the woman get a question.
But also the hungry children in Wisconsin due to SNAP and food bank cuts.
To the first question that you asked, which relates to the challenges that we've seen between Hamas and Israel. To me, the easy answer to address this crisis is for Hamas to surrender and release the hostages. That ends the war tomorrow. Israel was unfairly, unjustly attacked. Their civilians were killed and kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. Israel has a right to defend itself.
Can we please let her hear?
No one has the right to commit genocide. There's no such thing as a preemptive genocide. It's just genocide.
Her answer.
I never knew Ukraine!
The gentlewoman has the right to hear the answer.
It's genocide! You believe in genocide? Genocide! Help us all! Do something about it!
We may disagree with this, and that's fine.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming tonight.
So
we're going to close it off here because there's no point in continuing.
Yeah, there's no point in continuing because people are upset that you received money to support a genocide. Can't really, yeah, there's not much debate in that.
Well, let me like this. I just, as it relates to your question, I'm of the view that Israel has the right to defend itself, and the easy and simplest way to end this horrific war is for Hamas to surrender and release their hostages. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Doesn't mean that everyone fully agreed with me. I know there's a lot of people that did agree with me. I thank you down here as well, and look forward to seeing everybody again soon. Everybody have an absolutely wonderful night.
Feed the kids!
Listening session discussion. Yeah, that's what this was, a listening session discussion. I don't think he was doing much listening or discussing. Meanwhile, in Australia, there was this, which is, again, it's very nice to see. The rain didn't stop us, a historic march, says Mary. I do not know how to say that name, but look at all these people. Look at all these people.
Are you?
Ah, crap, there's music. There, shut that off. Look at all those wonderful people. And so, yeah, they're saying like hundreds of thousands. I'm not entirely sure how many people were there, but damn, it was a lot. I don't care what Grok says about it. I will never pay attention to what Grok says about anything. But yeah, that's a nice sight to see. And then later on in Montreal, so we had the Montreal Pride Parade that had to include a Zionist group, but you know, there's still pushback at least. Yves Angler was pushing this out. 400 marched through downtown Montreal today, demand an immediate arms embargo against the apartheid state seeking to starve, kill, or cleanse everyone in Gaza. So I hope Yves Angler is able to actually run as the NDP leader, but no. It's good to see. It's good to see. Just wish that we could get bigger protests here, but I've explained it plenty of times. Just the geography of the situation makes it a little bit more difficult. Because it's not like I could just scooch over to Montreal and join this. Okay, and that, let me see, that was a lot of videos in that docket, or a lot of things, tabs in that docket, so just checking to make sure I don't need any of those open. Close. Wow, there was 22 tabs in that docket. Close tabs. And we still have 2 more dockets to go through, I believe. Yes, another one that's kind of federally related stuff, and then one with some provincial stuff. But they're nowhere near as long as all those, and all those were very important stories to cover. So, as I detangle all of this. I do nothing to these, and they get into a massive knot, as I say, as I constantly fidgeting with them. Anyway, let's check the SandBox. See what people are saying. There's a good marker. It's easy when people send me super chats for me to know roughly where I was in the SandBox. Let's see. JK, where are the peacekeeping forces that should be protecting UNRWA so they can distribute aid under real humanitarian conditions? Yeah. Now, Canada used to have that reputation of being the peacekeepers, although, you know, peel back the layers, not so much, but still. Looney Tunes 9000, since when the hell did horses fart? Pretty sure they always have. Mammals, it's kind of a thing that mammals do. I know my cats fart often enough. The Wild West. Welcome to the SandBox. Says they're eating watermelon right now. That actually sounds super refreshing. Heat waves, you know, watermelon's really yummy during heat waves. And then read that. The Wild West is saying they're hosers here in Canada. See, I know the word when I hear it, but I almost never hear it unless we're looking for the Canadian word for people. That's like the only time I hear hosers. So in the UK, you got hooligans. Here you have hosers. But it's like literally the only time I ever hear that word. It's like, oh, we need to think of something Canadian. Because I never hear it in just general speak. Looney Tunes 9000. Is Sandy going to do the silent cursing thing again? It was tempting to do that bit. I have to not overdo it when I do that bit. So I wanted to change it up a bit by actually just cursing. Grand Theft Auto bots. Maybe instead of hooligans, we would call them goons? I don't know. I think we just call them hockey fans. I don't know. We just say that hockey fans are running amok. We don't say running amok, but you know. Mozart, once you go place card, you will never go backward. JK saying, now up to 532 Starmer's ghoul. I'm guessing you mean in arrests? Grand Theft Autobot, guess, hey, take the saying, the pen is mightier than the sword, very, very, very literally. Wild West, I can't see Owen. Understand, yeah. I just get slightly nervous with some... If I'm pulling off of YouTube, I'm not necessarily worried. Because it's on YouTube already. Although sometimes I can get demonetized for certain footage. But on Twitter, it's all so different. Like even the one video from YouTube I was skipping around because I'm so worried that that they'll demonetize the video or something, or then I'll have to go back and cut it out and whatnot, all because, you know, I was showing reality. But on Twitter in particular, when I'm pulling videos from that, very tricky, very, very tricky, because any music on Twitter is allowed. You know, copyrighted music on Twitter is on all videos sometimes. And the most grotesque footage is allowed on Twitter. A good way to avoid a lot of it, don't put your age in Twitter, because then they'll say age restricted content. You don't get to see your porn, but you also, not all, but a lot of some of the most horrific things aren't shown. But anyone who goes to Twitter for porn is really just licking Elon's balls. But yeah, I get a little bit more nervous showing footage from Twitter. Even though I do it all the freaking time, but you know, it's selective. It's selective. JK, the world needs to understand that Zionism is a vile ideology. Pup Tetris, I still meet people who don't know Christianity, Islam, and Judaism all have overlap as, oh, I know how to say this word. Abrahamic. I did not say the word right, but I know the word. Religions, things get so othered, people forget what's in common or don't seek it too. As far as I'm pretty sure a lot of their books overlap. I have whole rants about religion. And religion is just used as, it's an excuse. It's what they're using to justify the atrocities they're committing. Because every religion is guilty of it, because some people would think like, well, Buddhists, they're all about the peace and the meditation, and they're so chill, and Buddhists, they're the good, that's the good religion. Not so much in Myanmar, where the Buddhists were responsible for the slaughter of Rohingya Muslims and the genocide that happened there. Looney Tunes 9000, lessons learned, never tell your constituents to shut up. Yeah, that doesn't exactly win over a crowd, does it? The Wild West, everyone with a heart drives along at starving kids. Just wish it didn't take that much. We've already seen so much vile, horrible stuff. Like, I get it, but I don't. It's both. It's both. Hello, John Martinez. So Life, his name is Horse Farter Looney. He farts out horses. Ah. Well, he is a really big asshole, so. Yep, John Martinez, there have been Buddhist extremists. That's every religion. It's every religion. And travel safe, Soul Life. Oh. I need to get a more comfortable chair. It's so frustrating. I was finally able to get this chair to replace the old creaky chair. The old creaky chair is more comfortable though, so when I'm just sitting here working, I tend to switch out the chairs. But this one is nice and silent, but it's nowhere near as comfortable to sit in, as in it's not comfortable at all. That's why I hate getting things off Amazon, especially things like chairs. I want to be able to try them out first, but options are limited sometimes. Rachel Atwood, horse farts are toxic. And welcome to the SandBox. Okay, let's get on with this, because at the end of all this news docket stuff, we're talking art. We are talking art. We are chilling out with some art. I finished a drawing that is just absolutely spectacular of the one and only Owen Jones. And it is a beautiful drawing of a beautiful person. And I have like all the slides available to show people and talk about it, because it's a good way to unwind after all this chaos in the news. And I'm looking forward to just art and chill. Chill and art, chill and art. Art and chill, chill and art. Got a really stuck-up person responding to my tweet about it. No, on Blue Sky. On Blue Sky, I got a Twitter response. That's kind of the feeling. It's like, goddamn person, I'm not on Twitter. What's with this? Their utter overreaction to what I said, I just found funny. Like, it's like just totally blowing up at me over my because I had tweeted it out on Friday, the image of the drawing, because that was actually Owen Jones' birthday, which I was not planning. It was just happenstance. I didn't actually know when his birthday was when I started the drawing. And I say, you know, how can I have this level of talent and still be struggling to pay bills? Oh, right, capitalism. My skill doesn't help enrich a corporate overlord. And this person just freaks out on Blue Sky. Like, oh, it's all about you. I've been an artist for like 20 years and we still can't get it up. But no, I can't get this. Then do you even hear yourself and how ridiculous? It's like, I was critiquing capitalism, you moron. It's not just me. It happened to be my drawing, but would it have been better if I said, how can someone be able to do art like this and still be struggling to pay bills? Would that have been better if I replaced the I for the drawing that I did with someone? It's a critique of capitalism, asshole, but just the way that he blew up at it, it's like, ooh, projection much? Now everyone's talking about a whole bunch of farts. John Martinez, I sit on my bed, my old chair kept hurting me. It was a hard plastic school chair. Oh, yeah. Well, it took me a while to finally get a piece of furniture in my living room that I could sit on while just watching TV and stuff. Because I had an old chair that I had put like pillows down on. And, you know, that's the thing about living with poverty is sometimes you just can't be comfortable. If you can't afford something as basic as not even a new, but like a piece of furniture from a secondhand store that's just comfortable to sit in. Because the chair that I was sitting in was just, it was so uncomfortable to sit in and so awkward and stuff. And so finally I was able, it was $50 to get the couch that I have now, which is super comfortable to sit in. I just wish I had a vacuum cleaner because it needs to be vacuumed. Get like the crumbs and cat fur off of it. But I don't have a vacuum cleaner. It's I'm on hardwood floors now, and the vacuum cleaner I had broke from my old place. John Martinez, damn, that whiner on Blue Sky reminds me of Jank whining like a little toddler on TYT that one time. Yeah. Like, I don't want to show it. If you're on Blue Sky, you can go see it because I don't want to put this person on blast. Not that I would be putting them on blast because I'll talk more about it when I start talking about my drawing of Owen. But it's like, I put it out on Twitter hoping he'll see it. I didn't even get 10 likes on my tweets. And Blue Sky, I usually get better engagement, got less on Blue Sky than Twitter. And it's just like, what is happening? To try to get it boosted so that he actually sees it. Because I think, I just get the feeling he'd appreciate it. Oh, now I'm getting all distracted by the SandBox. Gotta focus on work. John Martinez, I use a small dirt devil for a vac. Cheap, but sucks pretty good. Yeah, I could use a dirt devil and stuff, but like with a handheld one, like one upright, then because I have tumbleweeds of cat fur all over the place and it's easier to vacuum it up than sweeping sometimes. But I do have an electric broom that does that. So yeah, I'll check on my wish list to see if I have like just a handheld vacuum or if it's an upright one. Because even like, yeah, a dirt devil would be fine for the furniture. Pup Tetras, I don't know if Insta DMs have spam folder, but that's a thought too. Oh, right. You don't, oh, it would depend if he has it open though. Let me check. Because he doesn't have his DMs open on Blue Sky. And on Blue Sky, you don't have to be following each other in order to DM. Let's just check quickly. Instagram. Search. Well, it says I can message. So yeah, that's another way of potentially getting to him. Because, yeah, on Twitter, you have to be a blue check in order to be able to just randomly DM anyone, unless you're both following each other. If you're both following each other, you can DM. However, I was able to DM him on Twitter, and I don't know how. Because, like I said, I would need a blue check, which I don't have because he doesn't follow me on Twitter. So I strongly suspect my message to him went into his spam folder on Twitter. Or it might be under like message request. So, but Instagram is another way of trying to reach him. Thanks for that one. it is open from the looks of it, so I should be able to give that a try. But like if I knew someone who knew him, like there's No Justice who often raids me, which I super appreciate, and I've been checking out more of her content when she's live. And I suggest everyone go subscribe to her channel for more UK politics news. And she's been on, it's not like a mainstream media, LBJ or something like that. And she's gone on to talk on there. And I know she has crossed paths with Owen Jones before on those programs. So there's a good chance she's connected with him. But she doesn't follow me on any of these platforms. I follow her. She doesn't follow me. She raids me, but she doesn't follow me, so I can't message her. I tried tweeting and blue skying her to be like, hey, can you try passing this on? Zero interaction with those. Nothing. The likes you would see on my Twitter account are all me. They're all me. If you see 3 likes on any of my tweets, they're all me. If they ever remove the ability to see who's liked your stuff, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble because it's me, it's my Left of the Box account, and then it's my private author account, the author of that other book that I can't talk about because of safety reasons. Well, I go into that account and I like all my tweets too. So if you see 3, they're all from me. But if they ever undo that, hopefully it would be like a go forward thing, because I do like seeing who's liked what. Because sometimes I would go through a person's likes on their profile to see what they're liking, because they usually like good content that I could use for my show and stuff of that sort, or bring attention to certain things. But if they ever undo that, I'm going to have to go into my profiles and start unliking a lot of stuff, or people will know what my other account is. Rachel Atwood, I was just saying No Justice MTG. Yeah, I tried tweeting and blue skying at her because she doesn't follow me, although her YouTube channel will raid me quite often, which I appreciate. So I just tried the randoms and I've gotten no engagement on those either. And it could be because it's Sunday, you know, and some people like to unplug on Sundays. So she might see it maybe tomorrow or something. George Waters says Helena would be great. Yeah, so yeah, maybe tomorrow. Like maybe she's just off Twitter and Blue Sky and socials today. So maybe tomorrow she'll see it. I don't know. But if you're going to raid me, can you at least follow me on socials? But the Instagram I can try. And I always love going to his Instagram page. He posts thirst traps. I get thirsty. It's very difficult though on his Instagram if you want to see those, because they're mixed in with also a whole bunch of horrible stuff from what he covers with the genocide in Gaza and Palestine and stuff. And so it's like horror, thirst trap, horror, thirst trap. It's like, oh, can you maybe separate that a little bit more? Oh. Anyway, let's get back to it. I have 2 more dockets to go through. Let's get it done, and then we can just unwind and talk about art and all that sort of stuff. So more on federal news. Morning Star. So, you know, this is from the UK again. More crossover. Landlord homelessness minister resigns. And Tory, the lefty Tory, she just tweeted out, because the NDP is currently leaderless. Well, they have an interim leader. NDP, with a caucus that's small enough to fit in a minivan, has the opportunity to rebuild into a more credible party when it comes to housing by not running landlord candidates in the next election. Just a suggestion. So there's a lot of talk about a new party being built in the UK right now. Labour refugees are going there, and other coalitions, and Jeremy Corbyn is all gung-ho about it. The NDP here has the chance to be that new, rejuvenated party. But as Tori is pointing out, in all of the parties, there are landlords, MPs, including the NDP. I don't know if there currently is, given, as she says, it's a tiny party right now because they don't even have official party status in Parliament Hill, which I predicted would happen if they kept Jugmeat on as leader, and they did. And they didn't reach party status. I was right in that. I was unfortunately right in that prediction. But if currently none of them are landlords, none of them should be. Absolutely hard no, none of them should be landlords. And the idea that we have landlords doing, like, so many politicians are landlords. And the idea that they're making the laws around housing and you know, building and all that sort of stuff. Is it any wonder we're in a housing crisis? You know, when the houses that are built are being gobbled up by, you know, corporations, landlord corporations, not by people. How the cost of housing is just still skyrocketing in this country unlike anything else. Is it that shocking when we have landlords as like, and a good chunk of landlords amongst the MPs of this country? MPs, MPPs, MLAs, all of that. Provincially, federally, all of our politicians. They don't represent the people that then, do they? They represent their own interests. And the NDP has such a good opportunity right now to do something different with the party, to be the party that the base wants, to go back to its roots. And again, I don't know Yves Engler all that well. I know of him. I knew of him before this. But so far I'm liking what I'm seeing. And I really hope that he can cross that threshold and actually be a candidate in the leadership race. Because he would stir things up. And their tweet from her just being like, every Canadian political party being like, because somebody's saying, obviously, MPs should not be allowed to be landlords. And all of our political parties are like, ooh, the plebs are getting mad. And then another one about, there is indeed nothing left of the old true Labour Party. It is nothing but a pile of ashes we leave behind. And again, cough, ND, cough, P, cough, 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 cough. Yes, the NDP absolutely and utterly needs to be rebuilt. And the thing is that we don't need a new party here. We have the infrastructure in place. We can reclaim the NDP, and there is a movement out there. I saw Steve Boots interviewed Reclaim the NDP. I haven't watched the video, but I would be interested in learning more about that movement itself. And yeah, there's just a lot of similarities between Labour and the NDP here, but also a lot of similarities between Labour and the Liberal Party here in all the wrong ways. So from Yves Engler, my bid to lead the NDP is heating up and needs volunteers to promote our internationalist, eco-socialist outlook. Supporters are at anti-genocide marches and events, flyers, talking to people and building momentum. Join 500 others who've registered to help. And I will toss this into the SandBox, this link, for people who are in the Montreal, Quebec area who would like to help. I would love to be able to track him down for an interview. So that was just this here that I just tossed into the SandBox. I tried filling out one of these for Sarah Jama when it's like, oh, what can you do here? Is there anything specific you would like to contribute to the campaign effort? I'm like, oh, I can have you on YouTube type thing. And so I'll probably do the same thing here to try to get him onto my channel. Be like, I have a progressive YouTube channel that I would love to have you interview on. So, yeah. And then another one, just again pointing out some of Eve's Angler's thoughts on things. So, path cleared for Canada to take part in Trump's Golden Dome missile shield. Defense Minister McGuinty noted the government removed all restrictions on air and missile defense of Canada. And Eve's Angler just saying, outrageous betrayal of Carney's elbow up rhetoric that will spur arms race by weaponizing space, deepen military ties to the U.S. empire, and starve social programs to the benefit of arms companies. And I agree with that. I agree. So this is the article, path cleared for Canada to take part in Trump's Golden Dome. I'm not going to read over the whole article, even though it's not that long, but my voice is cracking. The Liberal government has removed restrictions on missile defense activities, paving the way for Canada to join. Defense Minister David McGuinty visited North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, headquarters in Colorado on July 15th, where he met with who cares? Defense sources, however, confirmed the Ottawa citizen that American officials were told that the February 2005 decision by then Prime Minister Paul Martin not to join an existing U.S. missile defense system was no longer valid. At that time, the U.S. wanted Canada to join a largely unproven multi-billion-dollar system, which was used ground-based interceptors to destroy incoming missiles aimed at North America. The threat environment has drastically changed and Canada needs to be prepared, McGuinty explained in an email to the Ottawa citizen. By removing outdated restrictions on our air and missile defense policies, Canada is taking another necessary step to strengthen safety, blah, 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 blah. My biggest fear right now is the United States. Just saying. Keeps your friends close, keep your enemies closer type thing? Is that what we're going for? So let's see. Trump stated it would cost Canada $61 billion US to join the proposed system. I told Canada, which was very much wants to be part of the fabulous Golden Dome system. And that's Donald Trump saying that. Steve Staples, a Canadian critic of missile defense, said the Liberal government's push to join Trump's Golden Dome project was made without public discussion. Ironically, it was Trump himself who told Canadians about their own government's plans. Yeah, that's the elbows up. People elected Mark Carney to push back against Donald Trump. How's that working out? Said Steve Staples, author of Missile Defense Round 1. That raises significant questions about why are we moving towards spending tens of billions of dollars on what will ultimately turn out to be a disaster. 56 Nick Ridge, thank you so much for the $2. I hit the like, late but intrigued. Why, thank you. We're going to be talking about art as a way to unwind after all this. Looking forward to it. And then just more taco trade and stuff. So Canada will soon be spending billions of dollars on NATO to go above the guidelines. Billions of dollars on a Golden Dome, which just sounds so James Bond. It really does. But like villain James Bond, not good James Bond, villain James Bond. And definitely James Bond villain right there. Instead of spending money on things that are more important to people, things like, you know, the LGBTQ plus community, equality, gender equality, rights. So from Faye Johnstone, if we don't see new investments like the upcoming federal budget in Women and Gender Equality Canada, the department will see an 80% budget reduction by 2027-28. Cuts will jeopardize Canada's progress but towards gender equality and rights. Take action. And she has this. Again, I'm just going to go back to the main shot because in Firefox, when I click on the menu bar, it shows a whole bunch of other things that I don't necessarily want people seeing, like recent search history. Not that you would find anything salacious, just stuff for work. But my private email, you know, things like that I don't necessarily want people seeing. So that's to the momentum. Women and Gender Equality Canada. So I have to remember to keep these tabs open so I can fill out those forms at the end of this. In Canada, we believe in women's rights and 2S LGBTQIA plus equality. We know that lifting up women and 2S LGBTQIA plus people leads to healthier, happier, and more free society and stronger economy. We know that reducing funding will put prosperity, equality, and freedom further out of reach for some of Canada's most vulnerable. So, yeah. Feel free to read the rest of that, but yeah, no. This country would much rather spend money on things that take lives than for things that will help save lives. You know, investment in war machines versus investment in social services, public services. It's just disgusting. Oh, and if you think that's a big waste of money, we're going to be getting into something with Doug Ford. I was just catching that out of the side of my eye. The Golden Dome absolutely will be a waste of money and just absolutely useless and no need and all sorts of stupid. Doug Ford takes it to such a different level. 3 levels, in fact. We'll get to it in the next docket. So one would think that maybe Mark Carney would be a little bit more sensitive to this, given his family, that he might be a little bit more sensitive to the needs of the queer community. Because, and I do agree that when it comes to protesting stuff, stay away from the fucking kids. Kids are off limits, always. You're a piece of shit. And so this is, I don't even know who this person is. Independent media, I would say fairly right-wing independent media from the sounds of it. So Mark Carney questioned at Vancouver Pride about taking his non-binary. See, that's the thing, you're misgendering them. If you don't know, and I don't think you do know, it'd be non-binary child to the Tavistock Gender Clinic. The RCMP tried to stop him, not others. The job of the RCMP here is to ensure safety of the PM, not protect him from tough questions. Now, I haven't really focused much on this because I haven't been able to find any real verifying information that this is true. That Mark Carney has a non-binary child. Because I've looked for it. I've seen one thing posted by somebody, but I haven't actually been able to verify this. And so I've been very reluctant to bring this up. But regardless, Mark Carney was at this event with his child being harassed by this asshole. And without protections for the queer community, you get more assholes like this harassing people at Pride events.
Mr. Carney, your daughter identifies as non-binary. Can you tell us about the Tavistock Institute, sir?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, and just getting into his face at that event. Again, I don't want these politicians to have any moment of peace given the genocide that's happening in Gaza, but if their kids are there, stay the fuck away. Like, just target the parent. Don't bring their children into it. The children didn't sign up for it. But Mark Carney, you would think, would be a little bit more sensitive to the need to the queer community and maybe not have it defunded by 80%. Meanwhile, we have somebody who wants desperately to be prime minister, who is currently in a race for his career, race for his life, in Battlefoot Battlefoot. I'm dyslexic and it has like 3 different nouns. Well, I guess one's an adjective. You know what I mean. I don't know the order. But just a reminder of who this dork is. What is legalized economic development? So in Calgary, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre proposed the Canadian Sovereignty Act, saying it would legalize economic development. Is that really a problem here? Is that a thing? Reward those who build, protect Canada, blah, 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 blah.
We are here to announce the Canadian Sovereignty Act and to make a call to action. A conservative government would have acted more quickly to protect the sovereignty of our country. Under the Liberal government, that sovereignty has been eroded by policies that block our development, tax our people, and make us uncompetitive.
He just can't get away from those slogans. Every single time. Slogan, slogan, slogan.
The Canadian Sovereignty Act would move us in the opposite direction. It seeks to legalize economic development, reward those who build, protect Canadian innovation, and get...
I'm pretty sure those who build are already rewarded. But just, again, he's trying so desperately hard to be relevant that he's just throwing phrases out there. Legalize economic development. That's not a problem. It's not. It's really not. But then let's compare and contrast who he's up against. And this is like one of the rare times I'm like, kind of like this conservative. And she claims to be conservative, but now it's more centrist from the sounds of it that she's claiming to be. But she seems far more progressive than the NDP in a lot of things. And I do see where we would kind of maybe butt heads, and that comes to like the oil industry and keeping oil in Alberta, and that's problematic for the environment and stuff. So I do see where we would butt heads, but other than that, I'm like, she sounds pretty good. And that is it's Battle River Crowfoot. I was missing a word in there. That is, oh, I know her name. Why don't you have her name in here? Because I know her name, but I can't. Bonnie Critchett. See, we have Crotchy in the SandBox. I was calling crotchety for so long, and so when I see her name, I'm getting fucked up because of that. I'm not kidding. Dyslexia for the lose. But just something that Bonnie here has said. Critchety.
As for my stance on human rights are human rights are human rights. Now, the federal government doesn't belong in people's pants. I don't care if we're talking trans rights or women's reproductive rights. The federal government does not belong in your pants. Period. Stop.
Yeah. I would love to give Bonnie onto my show too. I'll try reaching out. And so this is some more on who Bonnie is, the military vet who could end Poilievre's political career. So being a military vet bodes well for the conservative audience, because there are still in Canada a lot of conservatives that haven't lost their fucking minds. More so in Canada than the United States. Still, lots of right-wing lost their minds, conspiracy theory, red-pilled conservatives here. Lots and lots and lots. Not quite as bad as in the United States. And so having an option, and I think a lot of people in this riding are just kind of feeling slighted. They're feeling betrayed that they put the work and energy into electing an MP just to then have this guy from Ottawa being parachuted into their riding because it's a no-lose riding for him. They're kind of offended, and rightfully so. Like, it doesn't matter what you believe in your political party. You have to see that as a slight, as a kind of kick in the teeth. So her fight is daunting, but indie candidate Bonnie Critchley isn't one to back down. Now, keep in mind, I seriously doubt she'll win. I hope she does, but it'd be a nice surprise. And she's probably going to take away a good chunk of the vote from Pierre Poilievre. But we do have the issue of the longest ballot initiative being in the riding. And so there's like 120 other independents running in that riding. And I agreed with David Dole on this one because he released a video on it. Not for this one. Like, you have to pick and choose where you battle. And I understand why they do it. I'm not necessarily against their tactics when they're trying to bring attention to voter reform. Not for this one, though. This one, it's very, the outcomes are very, very important, and rarely, like the longest ballot initiative doesn't affect the main person. It really doesn't, because so few people end up voting for all the independents. But as somebody who's running as an independent, they can get lost in the noise of all the other ones that are listed. So I would have liked if they had stayed out of this one. So on the face of it, Bonnie Critchety is an unlikely giant killer. And I would love for her to win. But it wouldn't surprise me if she just takes away a big chunk from Pierre Poilievre, which means there's no chance in hell he'll win the leadership review. First, she is a rookie politician who is running as an independent, and she is facing Pierre Poilievre, a National Party leader with 2 decades of experience in federal politics. Yes, the person who said that, there shouldn't be career politicians, who is a career politician, who is so terrified of losing his career that he is desperately running in a riding where they voted 80% conservative. Second, Bonnie is a gay woman running in rural Alberta, the most socially conservative province in the country. Her candidacy has raised a vile ruckus on social media. It forced Critchity to recently reassure Canadians that there have been no death threats against her or her team. The attacks are all in the work of the internet trolls she called keyboard warriors. It's honestly not a thing. I have been door knocking since day one, and all my neighbors, whether they agree with me or not, have been fantastic. Every conversation has ended with a smile and a handshake, she said in an Instagram statement. And then there is the riding Critchity is contesting, Battle River Crowfoot. The Conservatives have crushed all corners. I think that's supposed to be corners, but it's an M. And I think it was supposed to be an RN. Anyway, all corners by striking margins in recent federal elections. The Conservative Party of Canada ran the table with 85.5% of the vote in 2019 and blah, blah, blah. Okay, no. So here, nor will it help that there are more than 130 candidates on the ballot, part of a continuing protest, longest ballot initiative. But they're so dyed in the wool Tory blue that Canada 388, which is one of the main polling, you know what I feel about polling here in Canada, 388 stands for the number of parliamentary seats, puts the likelihood of Pierre Poilievre winning the riding at 99%. So even with a margin of error, still very likely he's going to win. That said, Bonnie Critchity is not a person to shy away from a daunting fight. She is a 5th-generation, 22-year military veteran. She has made history as one of the first women to serve in the Canadian Combat Arms Unit, deployed to Afghanistan in 2011, and earned promotion to Master Corporal. The cover of her med kit cuts straight to the question she must answer for voters. Who the heck is Bonnie Critchity? The answer is complex. She is a veteran who returned from her combat deployment suffering from operational stress injury. In the immediate aftermath of her service, she was irritable insomniac who avoided crowds and fireworks after months of coming under enemy rocket attacks. In her own words, Critchity said she came back from Afghanistan with the attention span of a squirrel and the focus of a goldfish. But she didn't succumb to her ordeal. Instead, she put it to good use. Despite the diagnosis of major depressive disorder and anxiety, Critchity reached out to help others. She volunteered to assess returning veterans when suicide rates were soaring among that group. She was one of the few who had first-hand knowledge of what those returning soldiers were going through. Critchity used horses to help the guys deal with post-traumatic stress disorder. So even right here, makes me really like her. Because, I'm not for the military-industrial complex. I don't like it and stuff. But to support other people who come back from it as a way to, in a way, help herself heal is very healthy. I think this is great. Suicide among vets is very a big problem here in Canada because they don't receive the services that they should receive. And horses always help when it comes to that. Critchity politics are nuanced. She doesn't have much time for partisan game and describes herself as a centrist who sees valid arguments from the political right and left. One of the main reasons she was first on the blocks to take on Poilievre is how he came to run in the riding. After losing his long-held seat in Ontario's Carleton riding, he apparently decided to run in Critchity's, and we know why. It didn't sit right with me, and somebody should do something about it. Critchity said, me being the old soldier I am, I said, well, I guess that somebody is me, and here I am. Critchity elaborates on her website, Pierre Poilievre should not be allowed to lose his riding, then come here to remove our duly elected and sworn-in member of parliament just so he can run again. To him, Battle River Crowfoot's nothing more than a means to an end, and under his leadership, the riding risks losing its chance to be truly heard in Parliament. And she is 100% right on that. On gender politics and LGBTQ+ rights, Critchity said that no group has the right to impose its will on another. Respect and dignity must be the core of how we treat each other. She believes that the government should have no role in regulating how people manage their bodies. Common sense gun laws, we'd probably, again, butt heads there, because I'm fine with banning all firearms in Canada. And hunting rifles be kept off location and used only for hunting. But here, I like this too. How does she feel about Alberta leaving Confederation? Although she says she understands why many Albertans are frustrated with Ottawa, she is passionately committed to the country, as she made clear in an interview with Red Deer News Now. I've buried far too many friends under a Canadian flag to ever agree to separation. So it's a longer article. And like I said, my voice is starting to give out, so I will toss the rest of this in the SandBox, and I suggest that people give it a read if this is short enough to be tossed into the SandBox. Oh, yeah, the link works. Okay, there we go. So she's doing a great job campaigning. I really hope the best for her. I'm going to try reaching out. It's on my to-do list tomorrow to see if I can score an interview. You see, I try these things and I'm still peanuts online. You know, I'm still just a teeny tiny little channel that I get overlooked a lot for interviews and whatnot when I try. I don't know how the Vanguard pulled it off. They seem to get some big heavy hitters when they first started. I don't know. Maybe my gender has something to do with it. Probably a lot to how I present. It's a very biased online place that we're in. Anyway, well, that's for a different rant. So here she is. She's campaigning. She's strong. She's nailing it in the debates. She's saying a lot of good stuff. And here's Pierre. At the doors to Toefield, hearing from people here that Mark Carney's crazy EV mandate has to go. Get this liberal government out of the way and let people decide what the vehicle they need for their work and family. Now, there were a lot of memes going around, and they exaggerated this. You didn't need to exaggerate this, that the camera angles he's choosing and everything, it's making him look far taller than he actually is. It's making him look a bit more like a giant. And I've seen photoshopped ones that take it to a little bit more of an extreme, but this is what was actually on his Twitter account. Because there's others where people have photoshopped this to make him look even bigger, but you can tell in the stretched shadow and everything. Whereas this is just, again, it's all angles and stuff, but it's funny that he's so desperate to look manly and stuff with the white cowboy hat. You think he ever wore a fucking cowboy hat before running in this? Again, he's so fake. Like, again, it would be insulting for if I was in this riding and I grew up Albertan and stuff, it would just be insulting to have the city folk come over here and performatively be a cowboy to try to win votes. It would be insulting. Because ain't no way he was wearing a cowboy hat other than when he was doing rallies in Alberta type thing. But yeah, just the angles and stuff, making him look all big. I wonder how many shots they had to take to make sure that the flag wasn't in the wrong angle in the wind. Thumbs up. So fake. So fake. I hope he gets his ass handed to him. And yeah, if he doesn't get over 70% of the vote, he's losing his leadership bid, because there's a leadership review for the Conservative Party coming up in a few months after the election, which is just in a couple weeks, I believe. Not even. I think it's the 18th that the election in that riding is. I really, really hope he does poorly, just because I want to stick it to him, even though I kind of would like to see him remain as leader, because as long as he's leader of the Conservatives aren't going to win. It's very selfish of me, I know. But moving on, the states need to just realize we're not into you. The United States, you gotta let it go. This is not a mutual relationship. You're kind of obsessing, and it's kind of embarrassing that you keep on bringing us up the way you do, especially if you're this douche canoe. Jesse Waters. Yeah, you're obsessing, dude. You're obsessing over Canada. It ain't gonna happen. Really is not gonna happen. But here he is, yet again, talking about how Canada needs to be annexed.
Trump's tired of getting bullied. Trump's not going to let this slide anymore. If he needs to gerrymander, he's going to gerrymander. And if they want to...
One of the nice things about being here in Canada is we don't do that. We have the census every 10 years, 10, 15 years or something, and then lines will be redrawn. But if you look at an electoral map of Canada, they're very angular. Like they follow natural breaks in geography or roads and stuff of that sort. And all of them are for roughly 100,000 people. We have no crazy Rorschach tests looking ridings. Nothing like that up here in Canada. Could take a lesson from that.
Add stars to the flag. Okay, we'll just take Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba.
I do find it a little funny that he knows more provinces than most of the people, Americans, that I've brought onto my show and give the Canadian pop quiz to. He was able to name 3. That's more than a lot of the people who've come on my show. I don't want to give him credit, though.
And it doesn't have to be aggressively. We can take it peacefully. It will be a mostly peaceful invasion. And those are 3 states. That means 6 Republican senators. See what we did there?
Don't forget Greenland. Exactly.
Greenland. Dana
exactly.
said.
I'm all for it now.
16
I am totally for it now.
Yeah, I don't. If you try to take over Canada, even peacefully, like he said, they're not going to play ball. The vast majority of them. Just saying. When it comes to elections and stuff. I'm getting sick of the rhetoric that it's not going away. And that's because I do have a real fear that Donald Trump is going to attempt it. Not boots on the ground, but try to annex parts of Canada. I do worry about it. And it'd be nice if there wasn't media encouraging it. Oh yeah, these were just kind of a couple one-offs that I don't really need to get into because my voice is giving out. Just how a lot of liberals tend to have their heads in the sand. Yeah, we don't need to go over those or these ones. Yeah, okay. No, a lot of the liberals just have their hands in the sand and think Carney is the greatest just because. Like, not because of anything he's actually done. But it's like, oh, there's people at stores and this and that and the other thing. That's because the people who can't afford to be at stores can't afford to be at stores. And they tend to be online. And that's why online sometimes seems more toxic and stuff because they got nowhere else to go. So I'll just start closing some of these tabs, but not the tabs that I need to remain open. I'll see how I'm feeling at the end of the next docket as to... Nope, that's the one I need open. Okay. As to whether or not I'll include those last couple of things, but they were just a couple one-off things. Rachel Gilmore, how she's being harassed online, which isn't... It's a sad state that she has to live with such pervy men online. But the fact that one guy apparently seemed to have forgotten to switch out his account and won't probably go well when his employer finds out. Anyway, let's check the SandBox. And then got some provincial news. And it's not even a long docket. And then we can just chill and art. Chill and art. And I keep on forgetting that I'm like literally looking away from it on your perspective as I'm looking over here. So it's probably a little bit weird for you guys, but you're probably used to it by now because this is the way that I've always done it. Let's see. Talking about the Golden Dome. The Wild West, LMAO, what is this DARBO? I do know what that is. I don't know the exact words of the acronym right now. And I have used that before as an example in a video from a long time ago. Before I was doing live streams. Yes, Looney Tunes 9000. I still do need help with Frodo's vet bills, and you can help out through PayPal or e-transfer to SandeeLovas.com. He's still doing all right, though. Although, he's gotten much more pokey. Like, he's really, when I'm sitting on the couch, he's really trying to grab my attention and is like trying to pull my shirt off at times, it almost feels like, to try to get my attention, but I never know what he wants. Because I'll get up, I'll follow him around, I'll put food down, he doesn't seem interested, I'll pet him, and I don't know what he wants. Because I would give that cat the world, anything he wanted if I knew what it was, but I just don't know. And still, I have to isolate him in the bedroom overnight so that he has time to eat. And he's gotten into this cute thing of keeping his front paws here and sitting on me, like, so his front paws will be here and his body down here, but his face will be like right near mine. But I have to keep my face turned away from him because if I turn it towards him, he'll start like doing that thing with his face against my nose, which is really gross because he sometimes has a wet nose or he goobers all over it with his mouth and it's gross. But then he'll also start nipping my nose. Like I had to put on a lot of foundation and stuff because I have red marks around my nose from where he nips at it. And it's not like a bite. It's like, you know, like playful nips and stuff, like not playful even. I think it is like an endearment thing. But cats have really fucking sharp teeth. I don't think they realize how sharp they are, and I don't have any fur on my nose. So, I have to turn my face away from him because if I look at him, he'll start attacking my nose, really. So, yeah, Canada keeps sending those right-wingers to the US. They go there because there's a larger market. That's it. A larger, more lucrative market. You know, they get their bones up here, but then go down there for a bigger market. Let's see. And hermatologist does point out we try to send some good ones too from time to time. Keanu Reeves. I've heard good things about him. Hopefully, hopefully he's not a Zionist. That's the thing. It's just, there's all these people out there, it's like celebrities that you like, and you're just like, you're crossing your fingers. You're crossing your fingers. It's like, please don't tell me you're a secret Zionist, because then I will have to not like you. The Wild West Jamel Javani. He might go there after his political career. Oh, was that in response to something? Oh, J.D. Vance went to law school with a far-right Canadian. Yep. That's Jamel Javani. And yeah, I don't know what his thoughts on Israel are. It wouldn't surprise me if he falls into the category of the whole religious thing of Israel being destroyed by God, or I forget off the top of my head what the lore is behind that. It wouldn't surprise me if he's looking forward to the end times and Israel's role in it. I am not, Soul Life, going to use AI to summarize a fucking article for you guys. I'm not a fan of AI. I'm really not a fan of AI. And I imagine you were joking when you put that in the SandBox. Looney Tunes 9000, Mr. Fake Ass Canadian Cowboy better take off that cowboy ad. He ain't a fucking cowboy. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, maybe he would say, "Greetings, fellow cowpokes," in that annoying nasal voice of his. Well, have a good night, 56 Nick Rich. Rachel Atwood, have the Mounties ever been responsible for cowboy duties in Canada's history? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. They're very well known for being horseback riders, but they were initially, like, the RCMP would be something like a combination of like the FBI and just a police force. And they were originally designed to police Indigenous folks and to kidnap Indigenous kids to take to residential schools. That was their initial thing, but they do like a lot of federal investigation and whatnot. But yeah. Ah, it jumped. What was that? Rachel Atwood, it's unlikely that Jesse Waters wrote that whole speech himself, yeah. In Grand Theft Autobot, saying he's probably reading those off the script. Maybe. Rich B1K, chillin' art. Chart. We're going to chart later on. Grand Theft Autobot, oh, that's cute. He's play fighting. Maybe he wants to play. It's not about playing. I think it's like a grooming thing because you can see cats groom and then they do like the little nibbles. And so I think it's like an endearment thing. Kind of like when I see him sleeping sometimes, I go over and give him kisses on the head. So I think that's kind of what it is, but it's still very sharp teeth. Grand Theft Auto, LOL, your favorite celebrity, you cross your fingers, don't be evil, please don't be evil. Yeah. Rachel Atwood, like the Texas Rangers? Yeah, maybe. The RCMP. Oh, Grand Theft Autobot, the prophecy says Jesus will return to Israel, convert the Jews to Christianity, kill the unconverted, I think. And then the rapture begins. Right, the rapture was the word that I was looking for. Maybe, I don't know. It's batshit crazy nonsense. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if Jamel Javani believes that the rapture is going to happen and Israel has its role to play in it. Anyway, let's get back into it. We have a news docket, and depending on my Steam after that, I can just touch on what I was mentioning about Rachel Gilmore, or I will touch on those. It's only 3 tabs. If you put lots of let's see, what do I want in the SandBox? Lots of thumbs up in the SandBox. I will include those 3 tabs at the end of this. So probably the most disliked politician in the world, Doug Ford, on how Canadians view Trump. Oh, I'm at the wrong end. I need to start over at this end. I don't need to go over this because I've been covering it a lot, but just I do want to point out that so in Alberta, they have the whole separatist thing going on right now where they're trying to get a referendum, and another group usurped them by going in and saying that they want to have a referendum on staying in Canada. So there can't be a second referendum about separating from Canada because those are two opposing referendums. And so the first one got through the gate because the Republicans for Alberta or something like that were a little bit, they were slow. They were slow to the plate. But it is very telling. So the Breakdown had tweeted out this statement, and in it says the Premier has declared her intentions to side with the separatists against the Chief Electoral Office. The Premier's refusal to denounce the separatists confirmed that the APP petition was the plan all along. And the way that she set it up, of course it was. Like, she changed the rules about how petitions, like the criteria that you need for petitions in order to get it through. She absolutely wanted it to be a thing that she could use to distract from her shitty policies destroying the province of Alberta. Absolutely, that was her goal. And it's probably keeping her up at night that this other group swooped in and took it. And the fact that she's not endorsing staying in Alberta says a lot. Says a lot. And it was always her goal to have a referendum on separating from Canada for her own political selfish needs. Rachel Atwood, so this isn't a Brexit level threat. Because I've covered it plenty of times on my channel. Even if there was a referendum and they said, we want to separate from Canada, legally, physically, they can't. They just can't. Like, it's a non-starter. It's a question. It's like, we Albertans want to have a city on the moon. So we're going to vote to have a city on the moon. So we passed this vote and we now want a city on the moon. It's not going to happen. It just won't. So for lots of legal reasons and other reasons, they cannot separate from Canada. Basically, a lot of treaty reasons. The treaties between the bands were made with the Crown, not with the province, with the Crown. And so the province can't override that. But it's just her way of stoking up resentment, anger, keeping people mad. Because when people are kept mad, they're not focused on the real issues. Instead, she just wants to focus all of their anger and pain on this issue, as opposed to, dealing with their crumbling healthcare and school and all that. And so far, the movement for the good petition, the one where it says we want to stay in Canada, has been going really well. So Gil McGowan says, take that, separatists. The vast majority of Albertans want to stay in Canada because they understand it's one of the best countries in the world. Hope and optimism can indeed triumph over fear and anger. And Serena here just saying, Forever Canada has received more than 17,000 volunteers to collect signatures because they need to reach a certain threshold. I forget what it is off the top of my head. With 17,000 volunteers to collect signatures, they're going to get enough signatures for this to be the referendum. Elections Canada will verify. So chances are what they're going to do is they're going to get way more than the amount needed so that if there's any controversy at all, they have backups. As saying, oh, well, this person legally couldn't sign the petition because they misspelled their postal code. We are building teams with new locations. Website is being fine-tuned and more merch is coming. Alberta, you are beautiful. So that's a movement I want to see the NDP do. I want the NDP to have 17,000 volunteers to reignite them. But talking about crumbling healthcare systems and stuff, I was praising Quebec not that long ago because Quebec has banned private clinics health clinics. So hard to report on news when it's changing all the time. So Aaron Durfell, a health journalist at the Montreal Gazette, has this tweet thread out. Breaking, Quebec has authorized 246 doctors' requests since April to become non-participants of the Medicare system and thus legally allowed to change patients from hundreds to tens of thousands of dollars to charge patients from hundreds to tens of thousands of dollars for services. See my expose below. So much for the no private clinics. This accelerated exodus of doctors from the public system to private for-profit sides comes despite the coalition Avenir Quebec government adopting Law 83 last April to try and reverse this trend. But as my investigation shows, it appears that the law still has a huge loophole. That's because SandeeLovas has actually given the power to let doctors opt out of Medicare. Supporters of Medicare are truly dismayed that the new Crown Corporation that is in charge of healthcare and the province has let so many doctors go fully private in so short a period. In total, 834 doctors have withdrawn from Medicare in Quebec, and the highest it's ever been. That compares with fewer than 20 who have done so in the whole of the rest of Canada. The bulk of physicians quitting is the public system are family physicians. Meanwhile, over 600,000 Quebecers have been waiting for years to register with a family doctor, but people are willing to pay $1,500 annual membership for a private for-profit clinic in Montreal. They can get an appointment sooner. And talking about surgeries and stuff, and it's just... You know, Canadians always love to use our healthcare system to brag. To be like, oh, at least we're not the Americans. At least we have this. And meanwhile, they keep their heads in the sand and they don't realize it's happening here. If my channel accomplishes nothing else, I want to wake Canadians up to what is happening to our healthcare system. Just very, very depressing to see that. And then Michael Hurley from QP here. Ontario has the lowest cost for hip replacements. Why would the Ford government move to much more expensive for-profit hip surgeries to allow the wealthiest Ontarians to bypass waitlists? Costs will balloon and waitlists will grow, but the most affluent will buy speedy access. This is just one of the things. It's like, we know the outcome. We know how this goes. We've seen it 1,000 times over when you start, you know, having a two-tiered system or, you know, having private options. We've seen the outcomes. It's not a mystery what will happen. But the government over and over is just wanting to benefit corporations and wealthy people, not the people. They aren't making laws for the people. They're making laws for the wealthy and the corporations. It's so sickening that this is happening, and so many Canadians just aren't paying attention. And they'll only find out when it happens to them, when they need this care, when they go to get these things done. That's when they'll clue in, because they're not paying attention and the media is doing a very piss poor job in informing them. Super frustrating. But remember what I was saying before with the billions of dollars being sent down the Golden Dome is a stupid idea? This is worse. This is so much worse. It's so embarrassing that this is even a thing. So Ford government started studying Highway 401 tunnel after private sector bids. Huh. Funny how he got that bug in his brain about having a tunnel under the highway. It's when a corporation came to him and said, could we do this? Because it would give us a lot of money.
New details about the timeline of the Ford government's Highway 401 tunnel idea are coming to light. Internal documents obtained by Global News reveal that years before the Premier came forward with the concept publicly, the province had already been pondering a subterranean fix to 401 congestion, an idea seemingly sparked by private companies. The documents show the initial assessment of a tunnel under the 401 began in 2019. Shortly after the government opened a portal allowing private companies to pitch infrastructure projects. These assessments included a price estimate and ultimately led to the government abandoning the plan, citing, quote, challenges and risks. But this tunnel idea,
there's some risks. Oh, yeah.
It was reinvigorated in 2024 by the transportation and infrastructure ministers, and the premier has said unequivocally that the tunnel will be built. Opposition leader Marit Stiles said the government should release the preliminary work the government did starting in 2019, which she believes will show that the project is not viable.
So what was originally, so you had private corporations pitching this to the government, and the government said no, and they said no for some really good reasons, and the studies and stuff. And so what they've done though is they sealed those. So Marit Stiles, the leader of the NDP, Ontario NDP, they're trying to get those unsealed so that we can see exactly how bad it is. Because if we go down here, let's see, where is it? Do I have to do the Control F? I might have to do Control F. Or is it in the next article? It could be in the next article because I have 2 global news articles. Is it in this one? Is it in this one? Ah, it's in this one. Yeah, okay. So the first one was just pointing out that, the private sector has already gone to, the government, and they said, no, this isn't a good idea. And that's because part of the internal analysis concluded there's a potential for roadway collapse with these tunnels. But if you want to hear how completely absurd this idea is that he has stuck in his head, Doug Ford.
Tracy.
It's like a child's fantasy of, I'm going to do this big thing.
Do it safely, and we'll do it properly, and we're going to do the largest tunnel in the world.
Premier Ford doubling down on his plan to build a tunnel under Highway 401, an attempt at tackling congestion.
It's going to be 19.5 meters wide, never been done in the world. We're going to have one level going east, underneath that, another level going west, and the bottom level with a train.
So this is a 3-tiered tunnel he has dreamed up in his head about this, with 1 lane going east, 1 lane going west, and a train, a choo-choo train. Come on, go linear. Down you go. This is like just so beyond ridiculous. This is just mind-boggling that he wants to spend what will probably be $100 billion when all is said and done on a fucking tunnel that won't really help congestion at all, that is a risk to public safety. And meanwhile, schools, teachers are having to buy pencils and stuff for students, the healthcare system is in shambles, the public sector is falling apart. But he wants to spend $100 billion on this fucking project. All for posterity.
That's how we're going to do it.
While experts say the tunnel is likely buildable with enough money, it will be hugely expensive and isn't a long-term solution.
We can build really technically advanced and awe-inspiring projects. It's just a matter of whether this is where we want to put decades of public resources and human capacity building this thing.
Yeah, it would take a long ass time. We're talking about like 100 kilometers of land here to tunnel through. And all different types of land to tunnel through. And it's just, it is so unrealistic. Here's a thought. High-speed rail. Let's get that. Let's get the high-speed rail going. That would help. That would actually help.
And I think the studies will ultimately show it's not worth the money.
The project remains at least 2 years away from any construction work, but Global News has learned the Ford government has been talking about a tunnel in some form since 2019. New revelations in...
And then we heard about those new revelations and stuff. But let's hear. So the Ford government's work to study the tunnel under Highway 401 ground to a halt almost 4 years ago, Global News can reveal, partly because the province's internal analysis concluded a potential for roadway collapse. Like, there's so much that is just left to the imagination that is just horrific. Like getting stuck in a traffic jam in a tunnel, getting into an accident in the tunnel. Like, where's the easy access? How do you get, like, if there's an accident, is there enough room for emergency vehicles to get through? If there's are there escape portals throughout the tunnel in case something happens? Like, there's so much. There's so much. But he's like, oh, they made the tunnel that goes under the water from, like, what is it, France and England or something like that. This is very different. You know, you were looking at very consistent type stuff. We have like marsh, we have rock, we have sediment. There's the whole fact that we have seasons that affect it. The thaw freeze thing that goes on here a lot. That would be very problematic to a tunnel. Like, it's just, there's so much more that goes into this. That is just, it's truly ridiculous that he's still hung up about doing this. The Ford, so internal assessments of the plan completed in 2021, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, just. But part of the reason why he made his Bill C-5 out there was the special economic zones. He wants to force this through. It absolutely cannot be forced through. Because, like, if there's a collapse, we're also talking, so a collapse wouldn't just necessarily be the tunnel if it's under the 401. It would be a collapse of the 401. So then you'd be breaking the most heavily used highway in Canada. So those risks include to public safety from impacts of the tunnel highway 401, such as potential for roadway collapse, as well as availability of labor, market capacity, interest, and securing financing. Yeah. We need high-speed rail. Let's do that. Let's do that. I hear it's all the rage in Asia. And so Kate Dupuis just mentioning, remember Doug Ford's fantasy unicorn tunnel plan when your kid starts school in a few weeks and they're in a class of 30 students and the school building is desperate for repairs and the teachers have to ask families to provide basic supplies like tissue, hand soap, and crayons. Yeah. And this is about the bike lanes. So recently the bike lanes that he wanted to override a municipality in Toronto to get rid of bike lanes that have already cost millions to put in the first place and are being very well used. But Doug Ford wants to get rid of it because he hates anything progressive. And so he wants to spend millions of dollars overriding the municipality to get rid of those bike lanes. And there was a court ruling saying you can't do that. It goes against the charter. Well, now he's threatening to use, you know, he says, well, I might use the notwithstanding clause. It depends on what happens in the appeals court. So if he doesn't get his way, he wants to use the notwithstanding clause to have his fucking temper tantrum, which is just, the notwithstanding clause needs to go. It needs to go. It is not good. So he will trample people's rights to get rid of bike lanes in a city. Like, if the courts are ruling against you, if you have to use the notwithstanding clause, there's a reason. It means that what you're trying to do is unconstitutional. People need to be protesting the hell out of these things. Like, if he uses the notwithstanding clause to override this to get his way, there needs to be people lying down to make sure it doesn't happen. You know, if Doug Ford forces through his tunnel idea, there needs to be people at the site preventing it from happening, because these are just ridiculous. And I saw on the side of my eye something about like Elon Musk And he was a fan of Elon Musk until the whole 51st state thing. And then he became a little bit more anti-Elon Musk. And he had a bonkers contract with Starlink. Something like $100 million for 15,000 Starlink terminals, which was well over market price for each individual one. And so he wanted to cancel that contract. He threatened to do it, then he changed his mind, and then he did. And so now it's officially canceled. So he's officially canceled the Starlink contract with Elon Musk. However, he's not releasing how much they had to pay to cancel it. So in essence, this province has just given probably tens of millions of dollars to Elon Musk in taxpayer money. That's what Doug Ford did for Elon Musk. For doing nothing, for getting nothing in return. Just tens of millions of dollars to Elon Musk. For nothing. And then we end off with this one where it's like, I just find it so cute here in Canada that our news is often like, ooh, we made the news in America. Because here's CP24, a news organization, saying, here, just watch this clip from CNN. It's just, I find that very quaint. Very quaint of Canada to do that. It's like, ooh, we made the big leagues. We're on American TV now, eh? But let's hear what he has to say. He's actually saying a lot meaner things about Donald Trump than Mark Carney is. But is Donald Trump the most disliked politician in the world? I'm too autistic to answer that question because it would have to be like, okay, in what context are you talking about? Is it like, are we talking recent or historical? Are we talking about in this area or that area overall, or just this? Because Doug Ford isn't exactly liked either, you know.
Ontario, Doug Ford. Premier Ford, thanks so much for joining us. As you know, President Trump negotiated the agreement with Canada and Mexico during his first term to replace NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. You say, and now he could suddenly, all of a sudden, open up the USMCA. What makes you think that?
Well, first of all, I start off every interview with saying how much we love Americans, how much we love the U.S. And as I've said on this show many times, that a tariff on Canada is a tax on the American people. And as you've seen, the study from Yale, it's going to cost Americans $2,400. Manufacturing employment in the U.S., there's over 37,000 people since April have lost their jobs. It's the lowest rate in 5 years, and it's just not working. Let's create the...
I just want to get to the part where he says it out loud. But yeah, no, Doug Ford is always kissing the ass of the Americans. Plus, like he will constantly say, oh, it's Canada, Canada first. And yet he's selling off to foreign companies our public lands, our public parks, Wasaga Beach, the Therm Spa, like Ontario Place, the Science Center, the contract to Starlink for the high-speed internet. A hospital being built is an American firm. This is recent too. $150 million to an American company. Like, it's just, he's not sincere. And so many people fall for his bullshit. And it's so scary because I know if he were to run for conservative leadership, he'd win. And the only reason why he might not squeak out a federal win and be prime minister is because Quebec, they're pretty arrogant. Not arrogant, they're pretty anal when it comes to the prime minister not being able to speak French. And Doug Ford doesn't speak French.
The Amcan Fortress, two strongest countries in the world. Again, this is hurting the American people as the rest of the countries, including Canada, is diversifying our trade. We're seeing 25% increase in trade with the European Union. The UK is up by 30%. So as we're diversifying and onshoring products, the American people are losing their jobs.
What would the impact be for Canada and for the U.S. if President Trump pulled out of that agreement?
Well, it would be unfortunate. We directly employ, just Ontario alone, 9 million Americans, and across the entire
in a province of only about 14 million people.
Country of Canada is probably closer to 20 million Americans rely on Canada for jobs, and vice versa. We rely on jobs with trade with the U.S., but it's just hurting both countries. And as we're diversifying and the rest of the world's diversifying, onshoring products that are typically made in the U.S., no matter everything. We're very, very concerned with the actions of the Trump administration. And, you know, President Trump and Secretary Lutnick, they're smart guys. Like, they understand numbers. And when you see 37,000 Americans have lost their jobs, that can't pay the rent or can't pay a mortgage, put food on their table, and this is just going to grow even more. $6.2 billion in tariff-related costs to the auto sector, and that's going to increase. So the auto workers are going to be losing their jobs.
So how is Canada that Canada
manufacturing jobs that typically are
I think
American
it was actually
jobs.
closer to the end when he
we
says it.
we have a market here that we can sustain it to come and invest in Canada. I would much rather, work with our greatest ally and closest friend and increase jobs in both countries, and we can do that. We'd be the two strongest nations in the world economically. That's our goal, but unfortunately, President Trump doesn't want to go down that avenue. He wants to hurt the American people, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Do you know when...
it'd actually be nice to hear Mark Carney say that. And I think he has at one point, but he really needs to be reiterating it far more often than he is. Like, where is he going on the American networks to talk about this? It'd be nice. It'd be nice.
Prime Minister Carney of Canada is next scheduled to speak with President Trump?
I'd imagine over the next few days, Wolf, but we're going to continue the dialogue and communication to the best of our ability.
It's strange to me. Trump has a 51st state of the United States. He hasn't said that, though, in a while. Do you still worry about his rhetoric?
Well, he doesn't have to when he has Jesse Waters doing it for him.
On that front?
No, I'm not worried about that because that's never going to happen. We'll be your closest ally and closest friend for forever, as we have been for 200 years. And we will outlast the Trump administration, and we'll continue working with our great American partners.
What's the general impression of Trump in Canada?
He's probably the most disliked politician in the world in Canada because he's attacked his closest family member, and that's the way we look upon it. And when I talk to the governors and senators and Congress people, even Republicans totally disagree, but they're too scared to come out and say anything because the president will go after them, outside of a few senators. And I want to thank them for coming out and standing with not just American people, but their closest friends and allies.
Okay, so the quote was more, Canadians would consider Donald Trump the worst politician in the world. And I don't know about that, because up here, very partisan. I'm pretty sure that a lot of conservatives hated Justin Trudeau far more than they hate Donald Trump. And I'm pretty sure far more Canadians hate this guy because he's the immediate threat. Donald Trump isn't. Okay, let me just quickly scroll back. Okay, I'm not seeing any thumbs up. That's fine. My voice is about to give out, so let's go back to the main shot. So, let's go to the SandBox. And we can chill and talk about art once I get caught up in the SandBox. Because we got to where we were talking about Frodo nibbling my nose. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, I thought Ford was very anti-Elon personally. That's where I saw that out of the side of my eye. No, he was fine with Elon before. It's just when the whole talk of the 51st state came up and how Elon was supporting that government and whatnot, that there began to be some friction. And it's the same, like, Doug Ford loved Donald Trump before the whole 51st state rhetoric and the tariffs and stuff. He was a fan of Donald Trump. Yeah, we're probably heading for another recession. People talking about the a choo-choo train in a hole under the highway, huh? Let's just get high-speed rail. Like, literally, there's a line that goes from Ontario to part of Quebec that could service half the population of this country. I'm not joking. Because 80% of the population lives within 100 kilometers of the border. And a lot of that are piled up here in the little hanging of Ontario up to Quebec. And I had other things that I could have put in there about, like, the Eglinton, there's an Eglinton construction thing in Toronto and how over budget that went. Like, that's the thing. The first estimate was like, oh, 50 billion for this 100-kilometer road tunnel. But by the time all is said and done, I've said 100 billion. I would say it's going to be even more than that. Just absolute waste of money. Absolute. Like, there's so many other things that this province needs. Relieving, or just even the idea, the priority of trying to relieve some congestion on the highway should be way down on that list. And like I said, there's a very easy way to relieve a lot of that congestion, and that's by high-speed rail. Hermitorel just drainage. What's the elevation of the 401? There's no elevation. It's on the ground. And in some areas, drainage would be very difficult. Rachel Atwood, what percent of the vote did Ford get? He got slightly more than last time, which is still under 50%. Which means, so the previous election, he won with 18% of possible votes. So more than half of the people stayed home. And of the less than the half of people that came out, he got less than half of that vote. So not great, not great. So he's probably sitting at like 18 or like 20% of possible voters voted him in. The largest voting bloc in this province are non-voters, and there's nobody who's really able to energize them and get them out. And I do blame them. Like, that's the thing. I do have two minds about, like, oh, do you blame the voters? Do you not blame the voters? And, you know, I do feel bad for the people who have been conned, who've been swindled, who have been told these right-wing ideas and believe that this is their rescue or whatever. But at the same time, there has to be some accountability. Like, we can't keep on babying people for not being informed. People have to put in their own work, too. It's like, I look at this last provincial election and it just, I can't get over it. That had any other party gotten into office, the rates of ODSP, that's the Disability Support Program, would have been doubled. That is life-saving. So there's going to be people come the next election, there will be people who are dead that would have been alive had any other party been in power. And so I kind of do blame the voters for that one, but it's not just that. It's also the politicians, it's the media, it's the education system. It's a failure on all accounts. I have a video about like right before and after the Ontario election that I do recommend people go back and watch because I put a lot of work into them. And they're good videos, and you get my frustration on where I feel like it's a failure on all levels. It's not just the voters that failed, it's everyone else too. The Wild West, I want to hear Ford flop trying to speak French. I don't think he'd be good at it. Like, I'm not personally a fan of the Prime Minister having to be bilingual because, you know, learning disabilities and stuff, some people might try to learn a second language with all of their heart and being and put all the work into it, and it just doesn't happen because their brains don't work that way. And so I don't think it should be a requirement, but if you want to win parts of Quebec, it has to be. Hello, Emily French. Welcome to the SandBox. No, we are not 200 years old yet. 182, I believe, is what we just turned. Or Grand Theft Auto saying 158. Dyslexia is a pain in the ass sometimes. I knew there was an 8 in there. And I called into the majority report and quizzed Sam Cedar on it. I knew the number then, I think. No, 158. Yeah, that works. Because I went to Ottawa for the 150, actually. Just thought it'd be neat to be there. Back when I could afford to go on a mini vacation. The Wild West, it would be so amazing to have high-speed rail connecting Toronto to Ottawa to Montreal. Yeah. Yeah, so many people would take high-speed rail because a lot of people don't like driving. They don't like being stuck in the traffic, and they'd rather, you know, be able to do an ebook or be on social media or play games or something on their ride to Toronto. And in Toronto, the transit's fairly decent, at least when I lived there. Rachel Atwood, does their French have to be flawless or just proficient for the majority of Quebecois to be satisfied? Just proficient enough. Because we've had prime ministers where their French was not great. George Waters, what are the chances of Canada going Australian and forcing people to vote? Think they find them. I agree with her meteorologist. It's a low chance. And that's, again, something I'm two minds of, to try to force people to vote, because a lot of the people who, especially when it comes to being financially penalized, that's where I have the issue. But how else are you going to force people to vote or strongly encourage them to vote without it being financial? Because a lot of people who simply can't afford it, who might have personal reasons, and going after people who are already broke and stuff, it would be something, let's say, if you got a financial reward versus being penalized. So you would get, $100 for voting, but you can't really do that either because, legal reasons, you can't pay people to vote. So I'm of two minds of it. I would love for it to kind of be mandatory in a way, but then even then, it's not like you can force people to be informed on it. And a lot of people then would just, destroy their ballots. So, anyway, why don't we just get into some fun stuff? Art. Let's talk about art for at least a half hour to make this a 5-hour long live stream. I just finished a drawing that I'm very proud of. It's taken me the longest. This is the longest I've spent on a drawing since I've really started drawing. And it's a hyper-realistic portrait of a face. And I wanted to do it because I've not been mentally well the last little while. And it's gotten to the point where doing art, especially high detailed focus art, has been a good distraction, a good outlet, a good way for me to pass my time. And then at the end of it, I have something versus times when I've shut down where I just end up watching, like binge watching something. And then at the end of it, I don't feel like, I feel worse because I haven't accomplished anything for the days that I was working on that. But by working on art, I at least have something accomplished. I feel satisfied at the end of it. And because it used to be before when I was stressed, I couldn't work on art because the risk was too high. I would feel like it would flop. And that would be too devastating. But I think there's enough confidence built in me now where it's like, I know I can do the drawing. So it's become a good, healthy outlet. And gift certificates, maybe. So I did a drawing recently, and the subject was Owen Jones. Now, why him? Because my brain screamed it at me. No other reason. Like I have in my mind's eye a list of people that I wouldn't mind doing portraits of. People that I appreciate, admire, that sort of thing. And he's a new addition to that list. Because I've only really started getting into his content the last little while. But I wanted to do someone who is good. Like just a good person. And he's been right on the issues from as far back as I can see. Also, I wanted a face that I find pleasing to look at because I knew I'd be studying it for quite some time. And I did point out to somebody when I was talking about this earlier, when I was having people guess who I did the drawing of. And somebody thought maybe Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report. And to do a hyper realistic drawing of him would be very difficult because of his dark beard. And you need a lot more contrast. And it also had to be of someone where I could get a really good quality photo of. Because normally what I do when I do portraits, the photorealistic portraits, is I just get a screen grab and that's good enough. But to do hyperrealism, you need to be able to zoom into that picture and see skin pores. Because I'm drawing in the skin pores. And so that means I had to rely on pictures that they post. And there's a lot of people that I like that don't really post selfies. But my brain screamed that it had to be Owen Jones to the point where it's like, okay, fine, I'm going to Staples to get it printed off. It wouldn't let me go. And thanks. It's, yeah, I do like this bracelet too. And I finished it. And when I started it, I didn't really know when his birthday was. But it turns out I was able to get it done on his birthday, which was just last Friday. And this is the drawing. It's getting nice and close. It's still focused. There we go. So this was 43 hours of work. By far the longest it has taken me to do a portrait or a drawing. And part of it is, like I've done, like this one was 20 hours, but there's more wiggle room with animals when it comes to hyperrealism. But with humans, well, we can go over some of it. So I have the progresses here. So there we go. So that's the outlines that I started with. And I made this into a video. I'll show the video in just a minute. But it took to about here before I was confident it actually did really look like him, which is very close to the ending. Like I was 2/3 of the way through this before I felt like, no, this actually looks like Owen Jones. And part of it was the picture selection wasn't the greatest. And why don't I show you guys the progress video I made? It's best on Instagram, because on Instagram it doesn't give you all the noise on top of it when I do it full screen. And so I made this video too and was able to release it Friday for his birthday. And I had to find like appropriate things to put in, and I remembered these quotes, so I had to hunt them down. And I found them, and it worked. It works. It works. And so just in case it auto plays, let's do that. There we go. And then I will unmute that. And let's go view share. There we go. Do that. Okay, so it cuts off the top and the bottom slightly. It's not such a big deal. So this is the progress video that I made for it, with some fun quotes with his.
Owen Jones.
Hey.
Guardian columnist, author, best-selling author, activist.
Looks a bit like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone.
He's better looking. Former Labour Party member. Former Labour Party member, all-round activist, good guy. When did we first meet?
We first met, I was a little precocious. I mean, I was actually young rather than just masquerading as...
I mean, you always look like you were 12 years old.
This is true.
That's why you've got the facial hair now, to look a little older.
This is to convince everyone actually I'm a geriatric millennial. And I remember because I remember that was the first time I ever looked on Twitter to see.
But you were very good. I remember you were precocious.
And so when I do these videos, it's always one image blending into the other, so it's always changing, even though sometimes the differences were so subtle you don't notice it. But when this starts, it's constantly changing until it gets to this last image.
Non-Macaulay Culkin you was making some very good points.
But people were like, why is there a child on television talking about politics?
I mean, they've said that about you for many years. Also, you're that guy what's your Twitter handle?
Oh yeah, that was such a mistake. Owen Jones 84. At the time,
I mean, nobody puts their birth year in their handle.
So it took to about here before I was confident it would actually look like him. And as I was saying before, I forgot to finish what I was thinking. Part of it was the picture I selected. I looked back and it's only from June, so it's just a couple months old, but it's not. It looks slightly different than what he normally looks like, if that makes any sense, just the angle and stuff. But yeah.
Unless they really want to point out that they're really young.
In my 20s, that was such an asset, and now it's the worst thing I've ever done in my entire life. I mean, a lot.
I just find it cute that in the UK, they don't go they go A
lot of criticism ever since I appeared in the media has centred on what some see as my, I think, kind of offensively youthful face. Some people seem quite angry about it. I'll be honest, in my 20s, I hated that. It really wound me up. When I went on Question Time, I was like, I want to make serious political points. And then people would be like, does his mum know he's up this late? Shouldn't he be doing his paper round? Lol. Those jokes never got old. Kind of like my face, I guess. But people said to me at the time, you're going to be so relieved when you get older hearing that kind of stuff. And given I'm now pushing 40, it's a case of, oh no, please don't riff off me looking young. But even if you disagree with me, I think you can see that I've used my platform as long as I've had it as best I can to support Palestinian liberation, including at times when, obviously, that's not, well, it's never the fashionable thing to do, is it? And I'm sorry this is self-indulgent and wasting time and energy. I'm not that interesting. And I'm actually not that complicated. I'm just doing my best to use my platform as effectively as I can. Yes, listen to the podcast if you prefer. Don't have to see my face then, do you?
It's been 43 fucking hours studying your face. Like, I almost wonder if that's almost like creepy violating to study somebody's face that much. But let me just reshrink this.
Owen Jones.
Oh, no,
Guardian columnist.
Autoplay. Because I was just thinking, I don't think I have it pulled up, but I want to show the image that I was working from. Did I put it there? No. Where is it? Where is it? Huh? Do I have it on this computer? I should. Where is it? Oh, there we go. So this was the image I was working from, and this is just from June. So you can see that it doesn't necessarily look like a lot like him in a lot of his poses. And I think that's just, you know, the angle and the lighting and stuff. But here's the thing. If you zoom in, you see pores, you see little hairs, you see that his lip is chapped. And that's what I was going for with it. And so you can see like the different textures in the skin. So it went from this to this, which looks like him. And then if we zoom in, we can see I've got the pores, different textures to the skin, chapped lip. I changed the eye shine because I like this better. But I was showing somebody on my phone the work that I was doing. And part of the reason why this took so long is, again, I love to hyper focus on the small itty bitty detail, like just the teeniest tiny detail, especially near the end, when I know without a shadow of a doubt it looks like it. And so also, because this is a pencil drawing, I get to make choices. So here, you can see there's more light here versus here you don't notice it as much. So I still get to make choices like on the background, how much of the face I'm putting in, you know, the type of eye shine to put in to make it stand out. And so I still got to make choices while still following the photo. But when I get to a certain point and I know it's going to work, I love working on the little details. And so I showed this to somebody. And this is part of the reason why it took so long. I took this with my cell phone, these two pictures. I kid you not, these are separated by about 2 hours of work. And you might be looking at this like, what? And part of it is because I went on such a microscopic level of detail for a lot of this, that it's hard for people to comprehend that this is 2 hours difference. But I have to point it out because I don't think a lot of people would necessarily notice it. So let's zoom in a bit. So I trimmed down around the ear a bit. There, you can see around here. So I trimmed down around the ear. I cleaned up the shading around here, around the ears as well. So you can see the shading was cleaned up there. I added a little bit more dark to his facial hair. So you can see that's more dark facial hair over here. There's more dark in the eyebrows. The shadow right here, I changed. So it's a little bit more shaded up here, like right here, than here. I darkened the lip ever so slightly. Like these are the changes that I'm making near the end that I love working on. Like I love working on. I made a couple of the stipples darker here. I changed the shadow right around here, just the slightest around the eyes. And that was like literally 2 hours of work. So it's a little bit smoother here, a little bit more smoothed out, rounded. Just a little bit darker around here. But those are like the changes that I love doing, but it took like 2 hours. And a lot of it is like putting it up on a stand, walking away from it, looking on my phone, looking at that, because I look at different types of images. So I draw in low lighting, I draw in bright lighting, I draw based on the image on my cell phone, I draw based on the image that I printed out. Now, my biggest mistake with this was I was using the image I printed out for far too long. Because if we go over to this, I don't Sorry, I don't know how well you can see it, but this is what I start with. What if I do this? Oh, no, I have to go down here. Adjustment. To make it bright and contrast. It's hard to see, but this is what I start with. Oh, I think it's a little bit more visible that way. So I trace it. And so this is traced from the paper. Now the printout that I got from Staples, the problem is that they always print dark and I tend to forget that. And then it can also obscure certain details and whatnot. Oh, I can zoom in. That might help. There. Now you can see. So this is what I start with after tracing it. And so I go from this and end up with this. From there to there. Let's zoom out one. Let's see, there we go. From there to there. And that's 43 hours worth of work. But we can go down. And I was having troubles with my camera and setup and stuff because, like, I tried to set it up in a room where the cats aren't going to get a tripod. They always do. They always move it. But I've been having troubles with my camera focusing properly. So there's actually a slide of a progress that I took that's missing because I don't just take one image when I take a picture. It's usually 3 or 4 to make sure that it's in focus. But for some reason, sometimes the camera just was not focusing. And so sometimes only one image worked of the bunch that I took of any given time that I took a picture of it. But then for one of them, none of them were in focus, which was super frustrating. I do need a new camera. Check out my Amazon wishlist link below. I'm just going to quickly take a look that people are seeing some stuff about this. Yeah. Oh my God, nice. Look at the hairs. Yeah. Also, I really don't like drawing blondes, I find. He's not the first, like Emma Vigeland, I also drew, and she kind of has blonde hair. It's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky. Because I don't do the thing where you use a white gel tip pen to put the white in afterwards. It's just negative space. And I also had to do some experimenting. Let's go back to the main shot for this. With some new pencils that I got to see like how erasable they are. And if I wanted to use charcoal to make the super dark or a new type of pencil that I found for the super dark of the pupil of the eyes and the shadow in the nose. Like the darkest of dark spots. And so this is me testing it out to see if it's erasable and what it looks like and whatnot. And it ended up using a pencil I found, Stanton pencil or something like that. I found it on a YouTube video that I was watching about art. And the nice thing about the pencils was it came out super dark without glare. Because part of the trick that I have with doing these pictures is the glare. And I try to fix the lighting all the time and stuff. And it's frustrating that I can't just do a proper setup, which would be nice. But then basically I take the pictures roughly in the same position, but then I have to adjust each one to fall on top of the other and layer them properly. And so I have to, what I do is I will take this and I'll drop the opacity to like 60%. And then I align them because quite often the tripod gets moved and stuff. And so then I will take this and then I have to adjust. Sometimes I have to make bigger, smaller, and align them. And then bring the opacity back up. And so a fair bit of work goes into these. Right, I was looking at this. Rachel Atwood, I'm still trying to think of the closest 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon path to Owen I can connect to, either Norvera or Zeteo. If you could to any of those, that would be great. I don't have a connection to them. Etchbox saying the Vanguard had Medi on, so they might be able to help. I don't have a connection with the Vanguard. George Waters, Owen likes a good yes, he does. It's just because I have the videos of Sam Cedar that I've done like the progress videos of, and it's a lot of ers, but in the UK it's not just Owen, it's like an accent thing where it's more ems. But any help on getting this to his attention would be appreciated because I just want to know he's seen it. I don't know who that person is, Rachel Atwood. Yeah, I'm looking at these possibilities. It's like I've tweeted at No Justice because even though she often raids my live stream, she wasn't live before this one. She doesn't follow me on social media, so I can't DM her. Somebody pointed out that I can DM him on Instagram, so I'm going to try that. For some reason, I was able to DM him on Twitter, which I shouldn't be able to do because I don't have a blue check. But I strongly suspect it just went to his spam folder or request or whatever. Because I did tweet all of this out on Friday when it was his birthday. But there's also the possibility he's seen it and just doesn't want to react to it, which is valid. I wish I knew. Like, I wish there was a red receipt at least, because it's like, as much as I would love a reaction, as much as I would love to build bridges with this, I don't demand it. I don't expect it. You know, it's just nice. And as an artist, I find it very fulfilling to get some sort of, you know, feedback from the subject and to talk to the subject about it. Let's see, somebody else was saying. I would love to get him on my show. There's a lot that I would want to talk to him about. Somebody I think was saying that it'd be nice. But that's the thing. There's no shoulds attached to it. It's just, it would be nice. Like the portrait I did of Ole, I got fire emojis on it, so I know she's seen it. Would have been nice to at least get a follow back. But again, I can't do these drawings expecting or wanting a certain specific reaction from people because of what I have to do to invest in these drawings. I have to be doing it for me and primarily me. And this drawing of Owen is for me. I did it for my reasons. And any positive reaction he might have to it is a bonus. A much appreciated bonus, but it's still a bonus. But I did this of Owen for multiple reasons. I think Rachel said it. But just the idea of like, yeah, it'd be great if he came onto your show to talk about this. I can't find that comment now. Oh, yeah, he has to come on your show for this. Yeah, it'd be nice if he did, but he doesn't have to. Maybe give a printout to his mom as a present. So when I do portraits like this, I no longer am financially able to give them as gifts. Because like I gave Sam Cedar an original portrait as a gift. And recently I did the one of Dan from the internet, and I gave him a copy of it as a gift because the original was for my portfolio, kind of like the original of this is for my portfolio. If he wants to pay me full price for it, I'm sure I'll find a way to ship it out, but I'm definitely not asking that. So at the very bare minimum right now, I'd be willing to give the subject of my drawings a print, and the prints are very damn good. They're high quality. I go to a professional studio to get them done. They would get a print at cost. So the cost it takes to digitize for me to print it, like to get the print and to mail it at cost. So they're still looking at around $100. I share a lot of mods with the Vanguard. But I've been finding even like Sam with the white hair was easier than the blondes. But also Owen's facial hair, like I don't even want to call it a beard. Facial hair is very stipply, which made it difficult to get like the light lines in of the blonde stubble. Rachel Atwood, I doubt he would see it and say nothing, especially since it's clear that you're not some kind of stalker otherwise. Yeah, there's no way I could stalk him. He's in England. I cannot afford that. Way out of my budget. Like I do worry that they might worry that I'm some sort of freak to do this, but yeah, it would be nice to be able to do this as a way to connect bridges and stuff. And part of me feels like he would like it. Like part of my worry when I did Emma's portrait was that she would appreciate the talent but not like the drawing. And this is more of the case for women than men, because women have a lot more issues with their own appearance. And so I've never known concretely if she has seen the portrait I did of her. I've never gotten any indication whatsoever. Because it is entirely possible that they don't want to say anything, and that's completely valid. I don't want to force a reaction out of people for this type of thing. JK, try coming onto the chat to turn left at 7:30 GMT. There's usually about 100 watching and the producers read all the comments. Is that a good way to reach him? Oh, and Looney Tunes reminds me of another point as to why I chose Owen. Oddly enough, this book that people should buy. Necroplasm. After I get through the slides, I'll tell you why. Why Owen resonated with me so hard. Like, so hard. And it has to do with my book. But yeah, so here we can I can go through the progressions so that you can see the difference. And so here you can see there's a bit of a light change because when I was down to here and taking pictures, it's easier because the glare isn't there. But then it gets to a certain point, like around here, where glare starts becoming an issue with the lighting. And so I have to start adjusting it. So then I have to change the light, the brightness, the contrast on these drawings so that they look more natural. And so this is where it starts looking really weird, and I was worried, but part of it is this is actually, it looks way too dark, way too weird. But this is actually lighter than where it ends up here. And that is simply because you don't have the contrast of the darks around it. That makes it look freakishly dark and odd. Plus, I was using a new technique of just scribbling. So normally around here, I'd start smoothing it out, smudging it out so that it would look better to me. But with the videos I've been watching, when you do that, you push the graphite into the paper and it makes it harder to erase later on if you want to. And I knew I'd be making lots of adjustments. So I held off smudging it in as long as possible and just doing the scribbling, which to me meant that it didn't look as good as I was going along. But you can see the changes, adding in the facial hair, starting to add in the facial hair. Like I would have loved to have smoothed it out by now, but I held back. And I think it paid off for me to hold back. So already here you can see that this is too light, and that's partly the glare from the light. So it's not because I wasn't drawing it this isn't a drawing thing. This looks lighter than it actually is because of the light. And then start adding in some of the hair. And in adding the dark lines around the eyes to really help make them pop, but still, it looks kind of odd, just the way that this is dark on the white background. But then as soon as I add in that background, it makes a huge difference. Like, yes, I added in more shading too, but suddenly it doesn't look so off when I add in the scribble background. And some more in and around the eyes and stuff. And the t-shirt, I would love to know if there's any significance to the necklace that he wears a lot. I don't know. So that's the other tricky thing, is when you do hyper detail, like hyper realistic. I didn't want to cop out on things like the shirt or jewelry. And so I had to spend a fair bit of time, actually, even though you only see a teeny tiny bit here and a teeny tiny bit here, on the necklace he wears. And he wears this necklace quite frequently. He has it on a lot. And so here's just basically, like, again, why I wasn't smudging it in. That was just the placeholder necklace. But as I do this, you can see it looks a lot better and a lot smoother. And it took me a long time just to do that part there. And I don't think you can see it on here. Maybe if I go to this one. Because, like I said, I didn't want to cop out on the fine details. So you can actually see on the shirt here. On that side and on that side, some of the lines of the fabric. And the necklace that I did. And I basically had to figure out in my mind's eye what the necklace looked like in order to do that properly. But yeah, like just, you know, putting in the chapped lip and everything was something I wanted to do. This dot right here is specifically darker than the rest because that was what was on his face, was just one of these random pores a little bit more clogged than others. And like little discolorations in the face. But the thing is that also when I was choosing someone to do a hyper-realistic drawing of, I wanted, like, I do find his face very pleasing to look at, but I didn't want someone who was perfect. You know, I didn't want porcelain skin, perfectly symmetrical features. And I don't know how to describe it without it sounding like a negative, because you would call them imperfections or flaws or asymmetrical. But to me, they're all the little lovely details that bring character to the face, that make it interesting to look at, to make it interesting to study. Because did I have to add the chaplet? No, I wanted to, though. It was my choice to keep that in. You know, his nostrils are not symmetrical, but that adds to the lovely details of his face that I wanted to. I didn't want to do someone where I could draw half the face, stamp it over, and then you have the rest of the drawing there. It's, from a creative perspective, it's more interesting. But again, it brings so much life and character to add these microscopic details, like the little slight discolorations around his cheeks, the way that he has the wrinkles around his eyes, this patterning here of specific wrinkles, the pores, everything, like the little hairs around his ears, because he actually has hairy ears. You know, I wanted that. I wanted those kind of perfect imperfections. And so here, like when I do it this way, you can see it more notably that this wasn't a perfect alignment. You can see how the paper kind of shifts. And that's because, again, the tripod was being moved. There was slight adjustments and there's not much. If it's just a size thing, I can change it. But this is an angle of the paper issue. And I can't really change that in post. But when I blend them all together, since it's happening so smoothly all together, you don't notice the fact that the paper isn't exactly aligned so much when you're watching the video. And so again, part of the reason why this took so long is I'm stippling in the pores of the skin. Like all those little dots are intentional. Like even up here, how some of those dots start to connect into lines are intentional. That's these ones that are kind of connected right here is intentional. Like these are the hyper details that I loved working on. But when it comes down to it, everything on this level is intentional. Like the way it's more blotchy as opposed to spotty on the bridge of the nose. And then how it's darker stippling in here versus here when it fades out. But you can't even see at a distance that there's still stippling going on here. And then just at the side of his face, some more of the blonde hairs that are coming out. Like here, even this one blonde stipple whisker is representative of what actually is on his mouth here. So even that is representative of what was actually his face. But again, it's not like I'm going to add in every hair exactly like this face. Because in this picture, his beard isn't as full as it sometimes is. And so I chose to make it more full. Actually, I have those pretty much closely aligned so you can see the drawings. Those are pretty much in the same spot. But like here, you can see that on his neck, there was hairs coming out, which I have in the drawing. But it wasn't until about here before I was like, nailed it. And this one is actually the same as, and this is the difference between the lighting. So this picture was actually the same as this picture, but I took it under a better lighting situation, this one. And this one, it's not a lighting situation I could replicate regularly because I was using natural sunlight coming in through the window for this one in an angle where it didn't cause glare. So there's actually, this is the same drawing as this one, but you can tell by glare and stuff just how much of a difference it makes when you do this. And this is why, you know, the studio I go to get these portraits and drawings done, you pay good money for it because they, like I said, the quality of the prints from the studio I go to are phenomenal. And if you're in Waterloo region, it's Oliver Watts that you want to go to for this, for art replication. And so they account for all of that sort of stuff in the prints. So, you know, you don't get something like this, you get something closer to this. But again, it's still, I just find it funny that this is from my cell phone. So if you zoom in, you're not going to see nearly as much fun details. But I was just showing my friend, it's like, yep, 2 hours of work right there from which one do I, yeah, from there to there was 2 hours of work. Okay. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. And then I'll talk about why more of my inspiration to draw him was coming from. What are you chewing? Stop it. Get away from there. Go. I put the tinfoil around the cord so you don't chew it, not so you chew the tinfoil around the cord. Come on. Abernathy. I desperately want to rearrange where I have my studio, like put my studio in the main room and put basically like my TV and couch in this room, because I think it would open up my main room a lot and it'd be nice. But I can't because I need to be able to close the door because this fucking cat will chew through the cords. Abernathy, stop it. Go. Ugh. Oh, but here I have, so the drawing was done in 24 sessions of me sitting down. Now, some were as short as a half hour, some were a few hours long. And this is me taking the notes. And doing the math and all that sort of stuff. And I use the back of the reference drawing type thing. So that's the reference drawing that I printed off to get, stop it, to get the outlines from. And what I should have done was what I did with this drawing. And that was I only very tentatively did some outlines on this drawing of Thumper. And that was just to get the right placements of the eyes, but it was literally me holding the piece of paper up to the computer screen. And I think after I did the initial outlines, I should have switched right over to looking at it on a screen, sitting here doing it versus sitting at my my art desk. And oh my God, Abernathy, out. Oh, that cat. Just to get the teeny tiny details and stuff. Hello, Manoop. So Rachel Atwood saying Left Turn UK shares guests and hosts with Norvora, where Owen is a longtime friend of the network and used to be a frequent guest. I know he has connections with that network, yeah. I've sung your praises there a number of times. Why, thank you. That's probably how No Justice ended up starting to raid me. Why are the eyes scary? You find his eyes scary? Are you finding these eyes scary? I don't think they're scary. That was the other thing. I wanted somebody with really nice eyes to draw. Very eyes you could just fall into. But I will admit something weird happened with this, and I think this might actually be what Soul Life is picking up on. I made the drawing autistic. Because it doesn't matter where you're looking at it, it's never giving eye contact. And I think I didn't intend to do that, but I've been like walking all around the picture at times, and it's almost never giving eye contact. The closest I've come to figuring out where the eye line is going is by looking at this picture of the selfie and holding out a phone from the picture, like holding out my arm from the picture to figure out where the phone was being held. And if I walked over there and looked at it, then I could almost get that eye contact. But I do find it interesting that I basically made the drawing autistic because he's never giving eye contact in it. I just thought that's kind of funny. So Life, I made the turn left guy laugh like so hard he stopped the whole show to address my comment. Then I did the same joke again the next time, and he laughed again, less disruptive, but still. Let's see. All I did was quote Samuel L. Jackson from the movie Snakes on a Plane, LMAO. What is it? Formula 54? It's a good movie with Samuel L. Jackson that takes place in the UK. Formula 54, I think it is. And it has a bunch of Brit actors in it. Is it Formula 54? So it wasn't like mainstream here in the Americas. I don't think it was like in American theaters. LA 54. Oh, Formula 51. No? Is it? Yes, Formula 51. Very good movie with a bunch of Brit actors in it. With Samuel L. Jackson. So Samuel L. Jackson is in it. It's called Formula 51. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I wouldn't mind watching it again. Let's see. Grand Theft Auto, I have some sour cherry spray, but that only works so much. Abernap, can you just get out of here? Go on. Some days he's worse than others. Sandy's cat is like, but it's dinner time. Oh, that actually could be part of it. He didn't get his afternoon snack yet. So he becomes a little hangry. I wouldn't say his eyes are light blue. And again, it was the quality of the photo was a bit off. Because if you zoom in, there's no very specific eye shine. So I had to make some choices around that. Because normally the eye shine is just like a dot or a square or something. But here it's a glare. So the eye shine is a glare, which made it very difficult for me to place the pupils properly and stuff. And his eyes look more green here than blue. But to make sure, like I literally used a ruler to make sure that the pupils were centered to the eyes. But also paying attention, I looked at other close-up of his eyes and other pictures. And so he has like smooth coloring within. So he has the darker rim, but then smooth coloring. Whereas if you do a close-up to my eyes, you'll notice like I have the dark blue rim, but there's a lot of like texture within the iris. It's not just a smooth shade within. It's actually a whole bunch of shades. And it's the same like with this drawing of Thumper. It's not a smooth coloring within his eyes. There's some lines and squiggly things, which make it more interesting. But yeah, so doing the inside of his eyes was a little bit tricky. Trying to figure out that color that I wanted to translate. And then I changed the eye shine, obviously, to actually make it an eye shine as opposed to a glare. And so then that was my choice. To make it the way that I did. JK, 51st Date? No. The movie was like from the aughts, and it has Samuel L. Jackson in it, and it's Formula 51. And basically, he was an American, and he had just graduated some sort of medical degree, but then got pulled over by a jackass highway patrol and was arrested for having some pot on him. And then he got into, it was pharmaceuticals that he was majored in. And so then after he got out of prison, he just got into like making like drugs and stuff, and just dealing with like a drug lord in the UK and whatnot, to get out from under him and whatnot. So it's a good movie. I haven't watched in ages. I don't know where to access it, but it was a good movie. And some funny stuff happening in it. So, Life, I don't like the way Owen is looking at me. It's intimidating. I think it's the autistic stare that I put in him. It's the autistic stare where it's not quite looking at you. Rachel Atwood, grayish blue green with golden ring around the pupil. Yeah, that's my eyes, and I think you're saying that's your eyes too. Let's see if I can find a photo. I've tried to figure out like what color my eyes are. I think like legally they're blue. Let's see. Pictures. Be under there. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's on my phone. Which one of these work? Let's see. Push that over there. There we go. You're going to get a close-up of my eyeballs. So I have like a golden greenish rim, or right around the pupil, and then there's a darker outer rim, but then there's like spokes and stuff that go around the eye. And the thing is that sometimes they can look more blue, sometimes they can look more green, sometimes they can look more gray. It's not consistent. Oh. Etchbox, there is life to those eyes. That is why they are creepy. The drawing is so good. That's the thing about my drawings, is that they do feel like there's an echo of the subject on it. I guess is the best way to put it. They feel alive to some extent. George Waters, just read about it. Sandy, strangely, Wiki has a link to an external review of the film, but doesn't have Formula 51 in its filmography. Well, I imagine it'd be in Samuel L. Jackson's IMDb base type thing. So Life, I knew a few women with eyes that change color. They were green or blue, or when talking to me, usually, yeah. Rachel Atwood, you have gorgeous eyes. Why, thank you. But yeah, actually, let's get back to part of the reason why I drew Owen Jones. It was to do with this book. So I've been writing this book since before I really knew who Owen Jones was. And in my book, the vampires are the good guys. Spoiler They're the reasonable species. They're the good guys, and they're the protagonists of the stories and stuff. And since I wrote this last summer, a year ago, I've been living in that world, and I've been building up its universe, and I plan to write prequels and sequels, and whenever I'm not participating with reality, I'm in the world of this book. It is my absolute escape. I love going there. I love seeing the characters and what they're up to and the stories they had. And in the first chapter, you hear reference to Raphael and Lucas, and they're two vampires. And so Raphael is the kin of the main character, Minuet. And that's... It's not exactly a parent-child relationship, but it's close. And they form that bond when the vampire child, known as a young one, is about to turn into a kin, which means they're ready for human blood. And they get a mentor at that time who helps them through the transition of basically going from human to becoming full vampire in a very long puberty. And so then they form that bond. And Minuet's bond with Raphael is particularly strong. And Raphael is her only kin. So she's never had another kin. She's only had Raphael. And the love between them is actually based on my love for my cat Frodo. So just very deep. It's not romantic, obviously not sexual, but just like a very deep, intense love. And Raphael is just over the age of being referred to as a child, which is over 500. So before 500, there are things, it's not that they can't do, it'd just be odd if they did, like with age gaps in relationships and stuff. But after the age of 500, age plays no factor in anything social. And before the age of 500, they're often referred to as a child, the same way a 60-year-old would refer to a 20-year-old as a child. And so there's Raphael, and he has a primary partner named Lucas. And in the first chapter, you find out that Lucas is missing and presumed dead. And so there's going to be prequels about Lucas. You're going to learn more about who he is and whatnot. But basically, it was uncanny to me. But if Raphael and Lucas were to have a baby, it'd be Owen Jones. It's so silly and stupid, but from what I've seen of Owen Jones, he captures some of the spirit and essence and life of these characters if they were slightly combined. And I think that was part of my impetus for wanting to draw Owen Jones, was because I see a couple of my characters alive in him. And again, it's just, it's not a one-for-one, obviously, but, and I don't know Owen, obviously, but from what I've seen of him online, he just really captures the spirit of the essence of both of them in a way that you could see it being a combination of, if those two had a child, it'd be Owen Jones. And, like, I had been developing these characters in my head, again, well before I really even knew who Owen Jones was. So he had no influence on them or on how I see those characters. But, like, a brief description of Raphael. And again, it's not a one-for-one. So Raphael, he is smallish. He has a smaller frame. He's 5'5", Hispanic background, but just the biggest brown puppy dog eyes you would ever see. And he's also comes across as young. So Owen has this very youthful face that has haunted him his entire life until now that he's older and he appreciates it. But with the vampires, they stop aging at around the age of 300, which would be what their peak health would be as a human. So that would be anywhere between the ages of like 28 and 42. But with Raphael, it stopped a lot younger. So he would still be carded if he were to go out to a bar or something. Because he still has, like, not a childlike vibe, but an innocence about him, very virtuous. Like, there's the trope in a lot of stories of that. Sorry, as I kick Abernathy's ass. Get away from there. Go, out. So there's a trope in a lot of stories of the virginal maiden whose love is so pure people go to war for her type thing, or fight battles and wars for her, like Troy or something of that sort, of this virginal maiden. That's basically Raphael's role. Although Raphael, not female, also not male. All vampires are non-binary. But he has that innocence about him, and basically like his love could heal. And he's very playful, and he has a very youthful expression about who he is and how he acts and stuff. And so a lot of people around him tend to get, or not people, kinfolk, a lot of kinfolk around him, they tend to get very protective of him. And so Minuet, in her role within their society, becomes super protective of him. And that's probably part of the reason why their bond is so close, is his love was what she needed to heal from the traumas that she had endured over the trials and stuff. And it gave reason to a lot of the horrors that she had been through. And it gave her hope for the vampire kind, that this is where they were going. And so he has like an innocence about him and a youthful expression and stuff. Lucas, Swedish, blonde hair, blue eyes. He's a couple hundred years older than Raphael, and Lucas is Raphael's first love. And Lucas was the first one that Raphael could form a telepathic bond with. And so vampires, when they're romantically bonded, they can talk telepathically. And Lucas was the first one that Raphael bonded with that way. And Raphael has chosen to be monogamous to Lucas, and has only ever talked telepathically to Lucas. And when the two of them met, it's very darling. There's going to be a book on it. I don't know if I want to spoil it. It was basically love at first sight. And so Lucas, he's Swedish, blonde hair, blue eyes, 5'11", absolute hopeless romantic. And so he has multiple relationships. Raphael is his primary, but he has other relationships as well. Non-binary, polyamorous vampires, that's me. And he's also has a bit of a streak of being a justice warrior. So the protections and rights and privileges that the acolytes have are because of Lucas standing up for them and speaking out on their behalf, to making sure that they weren't being abused or mistreated by kinfolk. And he has that that want for justice in that way. He's also very connected with the young ones. He can develop intense bonds with them. He has a natural ability for it. He's sensitive. If you go into the lore of them, which eventually people who read the books will, some of the vampires have sensitivities that are elements from the ancients. And with Lucas, he can bond with young ones and help them through, just being children, kids, especially when they first get found and brought into the society and they can have troubles adjusting. Lucas is a natural with them. Raphael also has a sensitivity. He can tell who's carrying the vampire gene by just looking at them. But Lucas is also a composer. Again, hopeless romantic. He loves the music. And when I see Raphael and Lucas, and I see a combination of them, I see Owen Jones. And that is probably like the primary reason why my brain was screaming at me to draw him in the hyperrealism, which is just way more stuff than people need to know. But I see like a lot of their characteristics in him. So yeah. And just the relationship that Raphael and Lucas have, and the devastation that Raphael goes through when Lucas goes missing and stuff will be more brought out in future books. I am not doing I am doing a 6-hour live stream tonight. That's what happens when I get talking about art in my writing. The Wild West, that's why Owen looks so young. He's a vampire. John Martinez, looking forward to the updates. Yes, I know. You're one of the people who've read my book, and I appreciate that. Rachel Atwood, are you sure you weren't at all inspired by Southern vampire series that were made into True Blood on the small screen? Not at all. Not at all. I've seen part of the first season that was on TV, and that's it. But there's nothing in that series that has been carried over into my book. Because again, the primary influence of the book, the whole premise of the writing derby was the cover. So all of this I'm getting from the cover of the book. Or it started with just the cover of the book. And there's going to be, like in the vampire lore, there's always going to be like crossovers and ideas and themes. So the idea of like an artificial blood or something of that sort, it's hardly unique to True Blood. That's in the vampire genre in general. But how they become vampires and stuff, plus they're the only supernatural beings. I don't have werewolves or elves or fairies or anything of that sort. It's just the vampires. And yeah, so. And you can't just make a vampire. Because that's one of the things I've always found interesting about the vampire genre was if it was so easy to make another vampire by just biting a human, there'd be a lot more vampires. It would turn into Daybreakers, which is a vampire movie where basically everyone in the world, you either turn into a vampire or you turn into food for a vampire. And I kind of would think that's what would happen if it was that easy to become a vampire. So I like to make it not so easy to become a vampire, because it also wouldn't take long for humans to overwhelm a vampire and force the vampire to turn others into vampires for power and whatnot. And so you basically have to be born with the gene that the vampires then have to activate. So it's not easy, and only like 1 in 10,000 carry that particular gene. But yeah, that's I think that's part of the reason why I had to draw Owen, was just seeing the reflection of those two characters in him. That was weird. But like I said, any help reaching out to him so that he actually sees that this drawing exists would be appreciated. Because I didn't even get 10 likes on Twitter. Not even 10 likes on Blue Sky. Like, I have 0 engagement, really. And the only person to comment on Blue Sky was some guy to overreact completely, like, oh, you're making this about you and your drawing. What about, there's other people that have been doing this for 20 years and still are nowhere with their art. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, guy? Because I did send out a tweet that is a critique of capitalism with the drawing that says, how is it I can have this level of talent and still be struggling to pay bills? Oh, right, capitalism. My skill doesn't enrich a corporate overlord. And he took offense to the fact that I said I think, because it wasn't just about me. It was about anyone with this level of skill. How are we struggling to pay bills? Right, capitalism, that's the problem. But he took so much offense to the fact that I said I in it. I found it kind of funny that he would just like totally blow up at that I'm so pretentious that it's just about me. And it's like, okay, so you know nothing of me then. It's like, wow, dude, that is a comment for Twitter. Rachel Atwood, dude in question is projecting like a funhouse mirror. Yeah, you can, if you're on Blue Sky, you can see the comment. I replied to it. I don't know if he's replied back yet or not. But I did mention to him something like, you're giving off the vibe of, since I've had to suffer, so does everyone else. But you can see the comment. I don't want to show it on screen. Don't want to put him on blast. Not that I get much. Not that I'm capable of putting anyone on blast with my limited audience, but the quality of audience is brilliant. Grand Theft Autobot, and maybe I'm just used to Vampire the Masquerade, but it's not that easy to make a vampire. First, a human must be trained, and then the sire must feed them some of their vampire blood. Yeah, like for me, the child is carrying the gene, and I'm calling it a gene. It's not a gene per se, but that's just simplistic terms. And then it gets activated by vampire blood. So they find the child, they can identify the child through taste, more modern times through testing. And so then they feed the child vampire blood, which starts to activate changes in them. And they continue to grow at human rates until they hit puberty, and eat human food and all that sort of stuff and develop like a human. But their brains are more developed already at that point, so they're more able to reason and things of that sort. They're more intelligent than an average child. And then when they hit puberty, they get the white streak in their hair, which indicates they're ready for human blood. And so even up until then, they're only infrequently given vampire blood. It's not like they need regular feedings of vampire blood. Up until that point, it's, like I said, it's infrequent, the amount of vampire blood they have to ingest. But then once they hit puberty and get the white streak in their hair, they need far more vampire blood. And so then they're matched up with their mentor, who becomes their sole source of vampire blood, and they develop an intense bond. And that's when their aging will drastically slow down. And eventually, as their bodies are changing, they'll no longer be able to digest human food. And about 10 years after that, they're weaned off of vampire blood, and it's just human blood at that point. And then their apparent aging stabilizes around the age of 300. But like I said, with Raphael, he stabilized young, so he would still get carded. And he's petite. He's a twink. He's a little twink. And just adorable. Like, that's what you would think. You would just think he's adorable with his energy and everything. But everyone points out Tulsi Gabbard when I say the white streak, Rachel Atwood. No, the vampires do not claim her. They say they have more humanity than Tulsi Gabbard. Because here's the thing. All the vampires are non-binary and polyamorous. And when it comes to their human acolytes that work with them and for them, they don't care about gender. So if a human says, I'm transgender, they're like, okay. You need surgeries? Does that, like, whatever helps you to be a productive human will do. Like, they get their healthcare taken care of. And they could care less if a human says, I would like to, have gender surgery. They'd be like, sure. We don't care. Like, they just really don't care because they don't see gender in each other. And this is a higher up level interpretation of my book for people who have read it. But I use gendered pronouns, and this is in first person of the vampire, and she also makes it clear that they only use gender pronouns for the sake of human understanding. So when they're talking to humans. And so I'm using gendered pronouns in the book because she is talking to a human. And the thing is that this is, again, it's a higher level interpretation of the book. Unless you hear anything of their genitalia, you don't know which gender they are other than how they present, because she is using the pronouns of how a particular kinfolk vampire presents, not of what their physical gender would be. So, yes, Minuet has a vagina. Vincent, another main character in the book, has a penis. You find this out in the book. But for every other character, you do not know what their genitalia is. You only know how they present when around humans, which is a higher level interpretation of the book. And I thought about using the pronouns that I touch on in this book because she explains vampire pronouns. And I was thinking about when I do the prequels and sequels, they're going to be in third person. Do I use these made up pronouns? And I've kind of concluded to myself, no. Because for one thing, it is exceedingly difficult for me to write, as well as it would have to then depend on the audience, rely on the audience actually learning what all of these different pronouns are, because there's a lot of them. Because they base their pronouns on what their main role in society is. So that'd be a lot of different pronouns. But then also, just for the sake of visualization of a person, the reader's visualization of the character, I think it would help to have the gendered pronouns, so you can see if the particular vampire presents more masculine or feminine, and then even have the they them pronoun for the vampires that present very ambiguous. So I think that's how it is. Grand Theft Autobot, I'd rather think of X-Men Rogue for the white streak than that ghoul Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah. Hermeteorologist, I still haven't been able to afford to get a hard copy. Do not put yourself out to get a hard copy. At some point, you know, I will be doing the audio, like visual audio book of it. And while it will be for people who are paying the highest tiers, and this doesn't necessarily fall into the category, because on my channel, I want all my stuff related to my channel free to everyone, so that no matter what your income is, you're not being denied content from my channel. My book doesn't necessarily fall under that category. So people that are like the highest paid tier members of the SandBox or my patron will get full access to the audio visual videos when it's done. That said, I still don't think I can deny people who are living in poverty, so I will probably have a link that people can privately email me for, and they can receive it to also access it that way, because I dislike the idea of denying people who live in poverty. And so people who are in between, so can maybe afford a one-time thing, and be like, okay, fine, sign up for a month and you can see all of it in 1 month. But for people who can afford it, definitely appreciate it to become the higher tiers, and it helps me out financially. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. But yeah, feel free to go on my Blue Sky and get a good laugh if you want to see somebody just totally overreact to my Blue Sky. Like, seriously, it was a Twitter reaction that I just was not expecting to see on Blue Sky. I totally would have expected to see it on Twitter, though. And as I said, any help in the future of getting me in, well, not getting me in touch with Owen Jones, but just letting him be aware of the drawing would be greatly appreciated. Because, yeah, on Twitter, he has over 1 million subscribers. He gets more ats in a day than I have in my entire life on Twitter. Like, it's just, yeah. So it's kind of the lottery for him to see it that way. And even on Blue Sky, he already has over 100,000 followers or something like that. Like, really ridiculously high. So again, it's kind of a lottery if he were to see anything that I actually post about him there. And I have tagged No Justice. I suspect she might see it tomorrow, because it wouldn't surprise me if maybe she's just taken the day off of social media, because she's also not live streaming right now, and she often does live stream and raids my streams. So it's a possibility that she hasn't seen the tags yet, because I don't think she gets tagged nearly as much. But somebody else pointed out Instagram. He doesn't need to follow me on Instagram in order for me to message him there, so I'll do that. But yeah, I'm toast. My voice is toast. I need to relax. I've been sitting here all day. I need a break. I need to unwind. But just because I want to put it back on screen, I'm very proud of this drawing. I very much like how it turned out. I do like how it turned out. It's and looking at the actual drawing is different than seeing it on screen. You guys are missing out, not being able to see it with your own eyeballs. There's a little bit more life to the actual drawing. I'm just worried about it right now because I can't afford to go get it scanned at the moment. Because again, getting it professionally scanned, it costs money. And getting a frame for it. And so I'm a little worried about it, that damage might happen or something before I can get it professionally scanned and framed. Because I do like to try to get them framed relatively soon. Just to help protect the drawing. Anyway, yeah, let's do this. Let's do all of those. But thank you everyone for coming out and watching the live stream. Thank you to all the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. We're thinking of something for subspace on this space. Somebody mentioned tribbles because you want to keep subspace clear of something. But I find tribbles to be too cute to connect them with trolls. So working on it. So the next time you can see me live will be on this space, Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Shoot me ideas as to what you want to hear me talk about, because I'm kind of don't know right now. I don't necessarily prepare lots for it because let's just say for me to ramble for an hour isn't all that difficult. But yeah, you all know the routine. If you can afford it, helping me out financially, I appreciate it. If you can't, just share the streams. That's also very beneficial. I do have an Amazon wish list link below that I need to add that kitty toy to. That I was mentioning earlier in the stream. Yeah. Thank you to the people who can afford to become patrons and members. I appreciate it. It helps me out a lot. And your support just means the world. The people who've bought books, it really means the world to me. Have I said thanks to everyone? I think I've said thanks to everyone. Yeah, and fingers crossed that Owen will finally see my drawing. And I would love for it to build a bridge and connect, but again, it's just, it is what it is. I don't demand that of anyone. Anyway. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.